Ladies and gentlemen, welcome you on this 4th day of July. And today is American Independence Day, and my firework, according to the song of, who was she? Katy Perry or something, 4th of July, will join me in minutes. Rick Current is Team NLKNDB coach. He will be commenting with me today's games. We have changed a little the things that you see on the screen. Already I can see that Martin van Eisendorn and Simon Harsma are playing System Keller once again in Martin's tournament live. The games will be analyzed by MF Recurrentis and me, so I think we can tell you everything creative and explaining the games going on. Today, about the updated things on the screen, you can see all the time all the cameras that we have on the playing hall. So the table number 1, where is playing Rule Boomstra against Yuri Bobkov. Yuri Bobkov actually is playing with white pieces. The second board is with the measured heart rates of Martin van Eisendorn and Simon Harmsma, and on the third one is Guntis Valneris playing against his mate from the Latvian country. What is interesting, Martin van Eisendorn is opening the way that yesterday was playing against him Piotr Paluch. Today, what is more, we are on my channel, warcaby, so if the Polish viewers feel free to write down on the chat. Sometimes I can manage to say something in Polish. We'll be analyzing today's round number 2. This is the only round that will be played today. For the rounds number 3 and 4, I invite you to the next day. And I promise you that soon we will solve the matter of more games visible on lead drafts, so we don't have to put it on manually. And just let me refresh and we'll bring the games live. What is going on? The first round, Yuri Bobkov, Rule Boomstra, started with the Polish opening of Yuri Bobkov, and maybe this is the way how Ukraine and Poland are getting together closer, of choosing the way of Polish opening for Yuri Bobkov. The game was played like here. I guess that after this opening, Rule Boomstra will show us how to play this against Polish opening and taking 27. It's not an easy one, but I really like to play that kind of plans with white pieces. I think that it was kinda forgot in Poland for many years, but now it is more popular. Maybe after last years I tried to push that opening. And my guest is here, he will join me in seconds, so we'll be able to analyze what is going on. Okay, updating the game of Martin against Simon. And was just like yesterday between Polish Piotr Paluch and Martin van Eisendorn. So as you can see, Dutch players can play those difficult variants no matter which side, black or white, and they feel free in it. Come, Rick, join me please. I started the stream with the words that today is the 4th day of July, the American Independence Day, and Katy Perry or some other singer just sang, "Baby, you're a firework," and today you are my firework on this stream.
Thank you.
Hello, Rick.
Hello.
Nice to have you here.
Thank you.
Co-hosting with me. Maybe come a little bit closer. Yeah. Just to make our relation better,
yeah,
and having visible everything better as well. Today, like you can see, we have the preview of all cameras from the game hall, and also the one that may be most interesting for you, because 2 players of Team NLKNDB are playing against each other with the heart rates measured and stress level, etc. This the game will be analyzing. This day we still don't have updated games at lead drafts. Probably we'll have tomorrow, maybe the day after. So we will bring it to lead drafts manually and analyze that games that you want. Rick current is the Master Federation player, not active player, so his title stopped at this level. We've been talking about that a few times already at different channels. And you are a coach of Team NLKNDB, like I mentioned. What are your thoughts about this tournament? How is it going? How are your guys going? And what do you feel about this tournament?
Oh, well, thank you for having me. Well, we were here, I think, 3 years ago when the tournament was hosted in the Radisson Blu Hotel, and it was just such a high-level organization with a fantastic playing field. And yeah, it was no doubt in our mind that when it would return this year, then that we would come back. And yeah, my team is here. Almost everyone is here. Only Matteo Boxem is missing because he has to play the Cadet Championship in Holland. So that's unfortunate that he couldn't come here. But our entire team has decided to come here. Both the world champion Roel Boomstra as the new world champions in the World Championship teams. And but also our promising youth players who are sitting here also at the highest boards. We see Simon here, but behind them is also Emre Hageman playing against Artem Ivanov. So yeah, it's just great to be here, and yeah, my guys are doing well. Most of us arrived 1 day earlier at the first, so we had some time to get used to Riga, get used to the climate and everything, and also for some to get used to battling through Schiphol, which is, maybe you know, is a complete mess during these times. So people had very long journeys and everything. So we're just very happy that we came here, and yeah, well, now the tournament has started, and also, as you know, once the tournament starts, it's like this, and the tournament is completely over. It's just, it goes so fast right now. We're now on the second day, but in no time it will be the last round, and we can already get ready for the Blitz. But okay, now we're here with these interesting games, of course. So
that's right. Now we can see the preview of the game between Martin van Eysendern and Simon Harmsma already. Another move has been made. This is the opening that Piotr Paluch yesterday played against Martin. So Martin is playing this Keller system from both sides. Obviously, this is one of the most theoretical lines, and I think that Martin is feeling completely good in it. I don't know what about Simon, but what are your expectations about this game? Do you think that both knows the lines and it will be difficult to Martin to find an advantage in this kind of opening?
No, well, you can be 100% sure that Martijn knows everything about this. Yeah. So, and that's logical. Martijn is one of the absolute best players in the world. He knows everything. I think he's also known a little bit for playing these kinds of openings, these kinds of surroundings. He's a little bit famous for playing a lot of online games as well.
Sometimes I was watching his games against other Lidrafts players during Deep Night and Bullet games where you can find variants not played during the normal classical time.
I think he's a little bit our Nakamura, or how Firouzja now played 265. He doesn't do these things during tournaments, but he's been playing a lot, and also he's been playing against some American players, and if you have to play against them, then you have to sometimes shift the hour you're playing because it's different time zones. So Martijn was always willing to do that. But you can see directly from the tempo Simon is playing as well, that Simon knows his stuff as well. Of course, young player also needs to know what's going on, at least if you're playing the Keller with all those theoretical variations. Yeah, it would not be wise. Well, you can do it, but it normally at Simon's level already, it's not wise to play something like this without any preparation. It's always the interesting thing is, when will somebody start to think? I think that's something that's more important in chess, that you're showing or not showing your opponent that you still know what's going on. It's interesting if Martijn, I don't know, if Martijn is really thinking at this moment, or is just acting like he's thinking, or he just is thinking, okay, I have a few alternatives right now, I have to choose between them. So that's really interesting, but logically 42-38 is played immediately. Yeah,
that's right. I wonder, because we are talking about this tournament as the professional one, and we mention organizers in the superlatives, and also I can say the same about your team, because 100% sure that Dutch team is the most professional team in the world, and other teams can learn from you how to do it, how to run the national team. And I wonder how you prepare your players, for example, when they play each other guys from the team. Do you give them special clues how to act, or and what is your prediction about the result? What would be the best, in your opinion, to have better performance of younger player, or just more experience to win?
Yeah, I think we used to have the idea, but I stepped away from that a while ago. We used to have the idea that when two Dutch players are playing against each other, there's absolutely no help or communication from the coach. But we stopped that because for instance, if Simon, this is not the case, if Simon is someone who has really problems with playing fast, Simon plays quite fast, this goal is important against every player, so also against Martijn. So I can have a conversation both with Martijn or with Simon about the things that are important to them, but we just don't discuss at that point opponent strategy. So if I would speak to Roel or to Wouter, then we can also discuss how do you play against Bobkov, or how do you play against Kosubutski. I don't know what happened with Wouter, but it will be interesting if 35-30 was played, because Lukas is playing this quite often, but we prepare. For instance, we spoke about, okay, what will happen against Wouter, with Wouter, if 35-30 is played, and what will happen if it's not played. So how do you deal with that? But when two players are playing against each other, we keep a little bit our distance, but if I had a small chat with both of them before the game, but we also have to be very clear, and it's really okay, that the difference is between Martijn and Simon. Martijn knows very well what to do before the game. Okay. I don't really have to do anything against anymore. And for instance, with Boomstra especially, he has his own rhythm. With Simon, who's a little bit younger, then he's still learning how to make sure he gets the right mindset for the game, and then a coach can help in getting that right mindset before the game. Mm-hmm. So I think Martijn did his own thing, and he doesn't really need at this point. He can do it mostly himself. If there would be something, I sat next to him in the tram, he would discuss it with me, but he mostly does his own thing and his own preparation. So that's how we do it, more or less.
Okay, thank you for this explanation.
But it's also I think we don't, and that might be a difference. I don't know if it's a difference with the Polish team or the Italian team. It's a difference, for instance, with the Russian team. Yeah. The Russian team is often split into many schools.
That's right.
And I'm the head coach of all Dutch players, so I don't have a preference if Simon does better or if Martijn does better if they play against each other. So it's also very important that my neutral position is also born out of that. So because if I was only here for the youth, I used to be only a youth coach, then still I wouldn't really prepare, but then you could at least think about if Simon would play against Martijn, if I would help him a little bit more. But now I'm coach of both, so I have to be a little bit neutral. After
your advices, we are trying to do the same in Poland. We just focused the groups together, and we are trying to put themselves with other players to push the level up. And I hope it will work just like it works in Netherlands. Looking at the game between Yuri Bobkov and Roel Boomstra, I was just...
we can start at the beginning as well.
I was just commenting, maybe this is the part of Polish and Ukrainian friendship, because Yuri Bobkov chose to play Polish opening.
Yeah.
And Roel Boomstra just...
Yeah, just this moment before.
You can.
Yeah. So I think it shows a lot of character and heart from Yuri. Yeah. Of course, I would like to state it's fantastic that the Ukrainian players are here. It's wonderful that they got their visum. Sadly, they weren't present during the men weren't present during the World Championship teams.
Yes.
But it's absolutely fantastic that they're here, that they managed to come here, both Yuri, but also Kirsner, Ivanov, Anikeyev, and the others that I'm perhaps forgetting. But also, Yuri really shows heart in trying to play one of the sharpest openings against Roel Boomstra, and you often see that if you try this with white against a player not of the caliber of Roel, very often it could happen that black doesn't want to play the game type that's on the board right now, so that black tries something as 17-22, 13-19, 20-25. Those are all moves more or less to prevent white's openings idea. But the rule doesn't mind in this opening, and he really is going for the sharpest theoretical line. But with, as we can see, with a very small deviation with the position that's on the board now, and Yuri is also thinking, because how it's going right now is quite normal actually. This is played, and this is it's a very standard position. At this point, there are two lines. You can keep the piece on 30 in its place, and yeah, I will do the mouse myself.
Sure.
It doesn't matter for me. You can keep the piece on 30 in its place, or you can put it to the side. Yuri decides to put it in its place, but I think, I'm not sure if it's in the book of Getmansky, there are also a lot of games played with variations such as 40-35, then 14. 45-40, 4-9, and then in the old theory it goes a little bit like 39-34, and then in really sharp games of Sijbrands and Wiersma it goes with 20-25. But this variation is when you play it the most sharp, white has something to do to make sure that after moves like this, black doesn't launch an attack on 27, which can be really difficult. And there's a very famous game between Frank Teer with white against Harm Wiersma that shows the black idea best. And yeah, white players with white, including myself, have been trying to find various ideas. I won't tell too much now about the ideas that I try to recommend my players in these positions with white. But these are the ideas, and white decides to go to 25 right now, which is a different line of playing. It's often seen as not maybe the sharpest way, and for instance we have lines like also players trying to play 33-29 right now, but this is actually quite common how it's played right now, and with this we see, I think, in a game between Georgiev and Getmansky, I think we see something like 7-11, and then white tries to change with 34-29, so something like this. I'm not really sure if it's exactly this position or a little bit different. And then we see things like this, and white trying to play against the lack of pieces here, and just trying to move the pieces to the side, and also sometimes not going for a Podkowa position, but more or less going for to control 2 points. And this I think, like I said, Georgiev against Getmansky, I think it's an old game which is quite important here. But we can see Roel now doing something completely different, and playing this. And
that was the move that I wanted to ask you about. Do you know this kind of preparation, or this is some kind of invention of Roel?
I'm sure this is one. If it would be very thoroughly prepared, it would not be my place to say something about it now. But it's clear that also, I think we have the time as well of the position. It's clear that Roel has prepared this. Otherwise, he won't be standing up. I think he has hardly thought at all. He just went for this schema. Yeah, he's just calm, and I think, yeah, this is just his way to. But it's. Yeah, it looks like it's also super annoying for white because, because what can you do actually? The idea again is if I would play in this, if the idea for white is basically, but I will play some weak moves now with black. Is if you attack, for instance, here, then white goes like this, and so the general idea, if black thinks, okay, I will just try to get 24. Then these are the important, and we call this semi-open classics. I don't know if it's the same in Polish.
Półklasyka.
Yeah. So semi-open classics. I think in Holland we had some very important articles of Ton Sijbrands about this game. Sijbrands also himself loves to play this game. He has a very beautiful game against McAdoo and Jaya in the Jubilee matches in 1994, for instance. But this is more or less the idea. So we have the point on 27. We have the Fabre, configuration. That's how we call it in Dutch. And now white is getting ready to play it like this. But
That's right.
and this is this is the real podkowa kind of idea. And now we also see the value of this, all these pieces here. They look very weak, but the idea is that black hardly can play 10-14 with going to 28. But also, if you try to attack right now, I have so many defenders that I can just simply try to go to 28. Sometimes also going simply to 39 and then to attack. And if we would look at this position that occurred in the game, then after this, yeah, it's not really clear, but it's not really clear how can white at this point, yeah, get the same, because yeah, you look a little bit stuck. Classics is not the way to go in this position, because then if you go here, there are so many pieces behind at this point. Yeah, and now you're just you just lost 2 tempos and you lost control here, and still this piece is really annoying you. But also in these kinds of positions, if you would attack, which also doesn't look very promising, I assume that something like this will come. And if white attacks now, then well, probably this is prepared something like this, and then now white doesn't seem to have a. Actually, why doesn't white have a combination?
No, they don't.
Oh, you go to 35. You have a combination, so you can make a combination right now. So it's this, 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 and this.
Yeah, it's not winning because you have to take 5 pieces.
Yeah, and of course this is better for black, of course. I'm not really sure if Roel will go for this, but okay. Maybe you can do something else as well. So yeah.
I think that Yuri will simplify the position, changing to 29 and then changing back.
Yeah, but that's not really simplifying it, because if you do this, that's the big issue. If you do this and you simplify like this,
your wing is locked.
Yeah, because I assume, I'm not really sure. If I don't think he will allow this anymore, because then more or less we both have a piece here, and this must be the idea for black.
Yeah.
That after these changes, now you don't have the piece on 23 you can surround.
That's right.
So yeah, then it's the question right now. If black will try to put his pieces, well, there are a lot of pieces here. It's not too easy right away to put these pieces here, because once you play this move, then against the podkowa started working. But more importantly, you will at least try to get 2 to 19, which is difficult, because always when you play this, you have this. Oh, that's white to move, so white will probably change. Always when you play this, then probably you will do. You have this idea. Take 2, go to king. So yeah, it's really not clear. It's really not clear at this point. It's really not clear. I'm not really sure, because these changes, at least it gets white of his known territory, and this is also a bit psychological. You simply are probably white thought. Bobkov thought that he was playing something he prepared, but then now he's a little bit out prepared, and that was what we were discussing with chess a little bit. That now it's clear Roel has prepared this. He stood up. It's clear that he doesn't. He's probably sitting somewhere else. Oh, he's standing there. I think I recognize his shirt, and. So he's probably just considering, okay, he's just going over his lines, but also trying to keep some trying to keep relaxed, just to conserve his energy. Yeah, and Yuri is really now thinking, okay, what can I do now? But the thing you simply don't, you didn't start this opening today to go here, because that's extremely passive, and then against such a player as Roel Boomstra, you're really defending all the time. And Yuri Bobkov is a player that maybe he's not playing the most aggressive all the time against these players, but he's not a passive player at all. So he really does not like playing this kind of ideas.
About surprising your opponent, is this the vital part of the game?
It really depends. It really depends on what kind of player you are. I think Roel Boomscha is known for finding leaks in opening preparations for his opponents. I think with a very famous game of him against Artem Ivanov in the World Championship final.
The last game that gave him something.
No, but there are two against Artem.
Okay.
So there was a game in the World
One
Championship
was in
final
Keller, yeah,
in 2013 was in Keller. But there was also a different game in 34-30 2025. Also, Roel found something there with white, and he tried it. He had 2 times luck with against Artem, but also Roel won in 2013. Roel won the World Cup in Wageningen, and he had played a semi. It was first a group stage, and then there was a knockout system. And in the knockout, he beat Schwartzman also with a prepared opening.
Okay, great.
So, but. It must be said, look, we're now looking at some really forced technical line. For instance, if you play something which is really more open, then, for instance, if white would try this, then it's a big question if not every opening it's possible to surprise someone, or at least surprise him in this way. But because it's such a forced line, then in this situation, it's a real big surprise.
After 13 moves. In a
13 moves, already white is clearly out of his comfort zone.
Okay, let's take a look at the third game that we are able to see, which is between Guntar Spurvinš against Guntis Valneris, and the game was going like this. I will just refresh because we have not more moves made than just a few. Here that was played, and then we have nothing more. Just let me refresh it.
Oh, sorry, I have to laugh because for the second day in a row, Guntis is playing as a 4 o'clock with 3 pieces.
With 3 pieces, that's right. Like I was talking yesterday with Vladislavs, having 3 pieces on the main diagonal behind the 4 o'clock is kinda not standard idea, and Guntis decides to do it once more day after day.
Yeah, but it's also his way. It's also his playing style. I think it's also very important to understand that his playing style. For instance, I think the position was like this, and then it was in this order.
Yeah. Okay.
Then he played like this, and then he played like this. Look, if you look at how Guntis Valneris is playing, well. First of all, he plays with black. This is very well known line. I will not go into the details of playing 44 or 45, but again, in the book of Gutmansky, it's explained why this can be an important detail. But Guntis plays Province, who is I think more or less a 64 player. Plays it like this. Okay, white is more or less threatening with for us after this, although nowadays it's quite often played by people who are also a little bit okay with playing for a draw. But this is a threat for black. If you want to have a constructed game, you often don't do that. And there are more or less two directions you can take right now. If you don't want to allow that, there are 3 because Guntis does something new. You either play like this, and this can go to a position which is in Dutch is called the Vermin variation, which has been studied extensively more 30 years ago, but people are trying to find news ideas every day. In one of the games between Seibrans and Chichov in the 1990 match, Seibrans won a game within the Vermin variation with finding something new. But usually players play like this, and there are now 2 directions for white. You either go to 26, and now black plays the Ragatka.
That's right.
And this is the basis for a lot of games. A lot of games have been played by all kinds of players. I think hundreds of games should be in Turbodam based about this. You can study it yourself. But also, I'm a little bit surprised that Guntis doesn't go for this. Unless the board must be shaky. But other idea is to go for an attack here. And this is a normal attack. It's playable for both players. Black has to surround, white has to attack. And also black has a lot of directions. Black can go for to build a column here, to try to go to 23, but also go to 26 later, attack on 19 a bit or something like that. There are plenty of ideas. And this is normally what I would expect of Guntis. I think this is more his playing style, but I'm not sure. He must be thinking about his opponents. I think this is his way. I think maybe he wants to get his opponent because he's more or less a 64 player. He wants to get his opponent in something that he is maybe a little bit more comfortable in, that has some positional laws that are readily that are known in international drafts, but not so much maybe in 64. So because there you don't have 4 clocks, I think, or at least not like this.
Yeah,
and
small ones.
Small ones, yeah. And right here, of course, this is a more or less again a threat. And Pervinch also played this in order to, after this, also to be able to go out of the position. But so this is why Guntis plays this. Maybe Guntis also so Guntis decides to makes the hardest choice possible, which is to play with 3 on the 50-44 first. Yeah, to play with 3.
With 3 pieces, or
yeah,
just
with 3 pieces. And his idea will be that he hopes that probably White will just not know what to do, and will try to make mistakes in how to go for this position. But it could be me. It could be me. Maybe I don't know the move to 1924. Maybe it's well known. I know. Maybe my knowledge is outdated. But I don't know how you should handle this with...
If Guntis is the one that creates trends, then we don't know, we are not updated with the trends. But second game in a row. About Guntis, have you seen the possibility of losing game for
Yeah, of course I saw it. But it's also typical when you're... Look, Guntis is in the game from yesterday, he's playing against a weakness from his opponent all game. And he's playing all kinds of normal moves. But in those weird positions with so many columns, something like this can happen. I didn't speak to him before the game about it, but it's also because it wouldn't be fair, because then why remind him of something that happened yesterday? But it's typical for Guntis that he can take it in a stride, I think. What I mean with that is he can just, okay, that happened yesterday. I was teammate of Guntis with Hussein for a long time, and I also remember that he played fantastic games with against, I think, Martijn van Gottel, a real time trouble game, and at one point he could lose, but it was also sometimes part of his way of playing that when he tries to fight and tries to beat players like this, he goes really far. And also right now, yeah, he's just trying to go all the way. He's trying to go all the way to make his opponent so hard as possible. And for him, that's also part of the fight. So it doesn't matter what happened yesterday, he will try to do this again. He's just trying to...
What I wanted to mention about Guntis is as well his performance from Julinek as well as Jans Groenendijk, yeah? Because in the first round they lost points because of the time control. They made mistakes and maybe the time management was not the right. And here we have the same. Jan Groenendijk draws the first game and Guntis had a chance to lose. Fortunately for him, opponent didn't find it. It brings us to the question, what do you think about this time control? Are players already prepared to play that? Know how to play that? Or there's still a way to go with experience to really perform well on this time control?
Well, just to be clear, I don't know about Gunter's first game in Polish Open, but
he made a draw with a mistake in one last or something like that move before the time control.
Yeah, okay. So first of all, but it should be Paragina played a fantastic game against Jan.
That's right.
No, but it didn't have anything to do with that game. Didn't have anything to do with Jan's time control, because Jan just lost the piece in the middle game and he didn't get it back. So that
if you switched Paragina with some other grandmaster, you would not be disappointed with this style of playing that she showed, yeah?
But I also wasn't I felt bad for Jan, but Jan really didn't understand that his position, that he was really losing a piece. He thought it should be a gambit, but it wasn't a gambit. His position just didn't work. And that sometimes can happen. Look, yesterday we had Helfrex beating Vipolis. I think also on time, but also regarding the position. It's a mix and match. But with this new time control, a lot of players are not even used to playing with a hard stop at 45 moves or 50 moves. I was grown up with playing 50 moves in 2 hours. I think that's for a long time that has been the way to go. Then the Fischer clock came and we changed it. But for a lot of people, they are they're not sure yet what is the best way to divide your time. When do you have to think? Because if you're Alexander Getmansky, he always plays fast. Always. Doesn't matter what he do, he always plays fast. But investing some time to get something on the board, or going to the last seconds in order to be able to calculate your position against our 45 moves, I think that at the highest level, the person who can know the best when they have to play fast or have to play slow, and it's always a matter of character as well. Some players will always be faster than others. But this is one of the most interesting challenges of this new playing type, that knowing when you have to go a little bit faster or a little bit slower. Personally, I like having a fixed line where people, because it adds another element. It's also when you're on 1 minute with the old Fischer tempo, you're always on 1 minute. This is also really hard because then you never go higher again. You can never get extra time, but it creates a different dimension. If we look at the Turkish Open 2020, the first few weeks before the world was locked because of COVID. We saw Martijn van IJsendonk losing on the 44th move against Guntis Valneris. We saw Guntis Valneris losing on the 45th move against Jan Groenendijk. I do think it creates a lot of opportunities also to maybe create more decisions. And I think that's why the player committee of the FNGD has proposed this idea. So I think it's new. I think it's fresh. It doesn't create a system that players suddenly. I played 33-28. It doesn't create a system where players suddenly really don't have time, really have a lot less time, but you do have a little bit less time. Games are often over in 4.5 hours now.
Yeah, that's right. And especially for the streamers like me, it's a nice opportunity to have two peak emotions moments during the game, because before the time control, everything can change, everything can happen, and directly once we start 9:30 like today, we know that at doing maths 12:30 it will come with emotions. Behind the scenes, maybe we will go to the game between Łukasz Kosobuski and Wouter Sima, because it looks really interesting, and I bet Łukasz played 35-30 like you mentioned, and how the game was going. Let me just update it manually and you can comment while I'm doing it if you have something to say.
Okay, so both players are playing the very well-known theoretical lines. Okay, it's interesting what Wouter plays. Wouter tries, at this point the game is like the game between, now there's a small variation. Let's just, I will comment a little bit on the moves they played before. 8-12 probably, and 13-18, okay.
That's the position.
But there's something funny here. I'm not really sure if Wouter played the best move right now. But I will go a little bit back. Okay, so this is a very well-known line. You can also do other things, like you can also at this point you can play the move 17-22, which is a well-known move because now you're trying to prevent 33-29 due to 20-24. And 22-28. I think that's the line mostly the most important alternative. But both players are playing like this, and this line, exact position, was also in the game against Kosobuski and Slump in the World Championship teams, and that game went wrong for Łukasz in 30 moves. because Jitse just knew, for instance, the game between Cordier and Sijbrands from the European Championship 1999, which is an extremely important game in this opening variation. And the idea is that after the game went to something like this, this was played. Now, this is a very known theoretical line. After this, now black can take a big change, but after that, you have a short wing lock.
That's right.
And some romantic players have been trying to make this work for white, but the position are probably losing already, so it's not because black has a perfect position, so it's really not working. But I saw some grandmasters trying it. So this is the most normal idea, because after 39-33, even this can be tricky. Well, this is tricky actually for white, so this is the normal move, pardon me. So this is the normal move, this. And now black is in time to play something like this. And it was also the earliest example of this position might be, well, there should be older examples, but the most interesting example should be between Klerk and Gantvar in their match they played in 1985. And that match, Klerk played 35-30 every game with white and 16-21 every game with black. He was working together with Jannes van der Wal, who always played like this, so that was his influence more or less. But Jitse played against Lukáš like this. So now this is a very well-known line that white will now or later just go here. But in this position already, I think this is also in the book of Getmansky, this wing is missing this piece, and this piece is also not. So yeah, going here again against the Dutch player, Lukáš must of course also know that Sipma was there also at the World Championship teams. So what's the difference right now? He played it like this, and Georgiev has also played 43-38. And the difference is right now that now after 16-21 you can respond. So, and if you know,
there's no exchange.
There's no exchange. So after this you can simply go like this. Still, this has been tried by quite some players with black also. And yeah, well, after this, it's a little bit of the question: what should you do with black? But what Wouter does, I think, it's pretty much the most annoying, because what does white hope in these kinds of positions? Well, you hope that black just does something like this.
So you can finally go out.
And you can finally go to 24 right now, or you can wait one move, because after 1923 you have an exchange again. So after this, and this is the whole idea. During the Dutch Championship Juniors, we had Marie Gabbert playing this quite a lot. But I think I think one of your best national players, Bogdan Bankowski, has been playing this as well, and Yuri Anikeyev has also been playing like this with white. And Wouter tries to get rid of these ideas by playing like this. And the main idea now is that if white tries to do this with this idea, is that either you lock the idea or you play like this, because now this is prohibited, because we won't take like this, but surprisingly we take like this, and even more surprisingly we take like this, with this small king shot. So this is what Wouter has in mind. That's why it was like this, and now the game continued with 49-43. Now, well, I don't really want to allow this or this, so Wouter plays like this. Now it's like this. Now again, this is prohibited because of the same king shot. Lukáš plays like this, and it's actually quite funny. I'm not really sure if the game already progressed.
Yeah, well, he covered the gap.
But that looks smart, but probably it's a small. The question if it's really correct or not, because.
Two more moves were played, 44-39.
Yeah, and 44-39 I think is a small. Oh, okay. Yeah, I'm not really sure about this. One of the things he could also have done is simply go to 22. And I think there's a game, for instance, with Laimonis Salitis against Georgiev, not against this opening, but in a different one. The idea is simply that if you just go like this and go like this, it looks a little bit ugly. And we must say that if we look also at the evaluation of the computers, there are always the online scan from Leadrad is a little bit is against a lot of locks, and is always in favor of every attack. So, for instance, the Keller between Simon and Martijn is always in favor of the attack. So But it could be that with white, with having this line more or less a little bit open right now, it could be that also white has some counter chances. So maybe Wouter doesn't want that, so Wouter played like this. And now something very funny was possible. I'm not really sure if if Wouter would be happy if that came, because this, I think, is okay. I think he can do something with this, because now this is very important. I will explain later, because this positionally is a better move.
Yeah.
Because if you play like this, then now white plays like this, and suddenly, well, black's position is really, really terrible, because you can't go to 13 anymore because of this small combination. Here's 2. And because of this, and with this threat all the time, you have really problems defending. This structure is really not that bad, not that great. And you have really big problems right now just defending your pieces against this or against attacking like this. Well, but it looks like that's the idea. Wouter probably assumed that this would be prohibited. But this is very funny, and I think I saw this in an old test from the famous trainer Nikila, which we had for Jan de. It was called Jan de Ruiter, but he converted to a religion and we called himself Nikila. Was our federation trainer for a long time.
Trying to get a piece, yeah.
Yeah, black seems to get a piece right now, but it's not possible because white has a counter to king.
Yeah. Nice, very nice.
Because now it looks like we are winning a lot of pieces, but I can simply
take this way.
And the plan completely backfired. So, but I can imagine. Well, we have the engine telling us proposing this move. So if we didn't have the engine, then probably I wouldn't even have looked at 43-39.
But how the position would look like after the only defense, because this is the only way to play not to losing position, yeah? After this and taking 19.
Yeah, well, I think 39 will come. Yeah, it's a little bit weird now.
It's totally weird.
Yeah, because white will try to push towards the center.
But this position would occur with Łukasz move for 43-39, probably, yeah?
Yeah, I think so, yeah. So it would be a bit strange. The only idea for white needs to mostly to develop this piece, these pieces. But I think I think if you're not careful, then you will simply do that. So black has to do something. I'm not really sure. White also wants to develop his pieces like this and just go to the center. So if you just, for instance, if you just wait a little bit, then white will probably just try to develop the pieces, for instance, like this. This is not perfect, but black also has pieces that are not doing anything. And once you play this, then I can just simply
take temps.
Yeah, take temps, go to the center, and I don't see any perspective surrounding here. Yeah, well, maybe there's possibility. No, but so maybe I'm underestimating Wouter, and he saw this, or he knows this, and he wants this, because it's even after, pardon me. Of course, it's this move. So even after this, I think you have to go forward, yeah. Oh, excuse me.
The other.
Yeah, I also wonder why not like this, but okay, let's just go like this. And also after this, which is looks like the most accurate move, still, white cannot play 37-32 now because of this. This blocks the entire wing, so I wouldn't recommend this. But after this, and black logically goes here right now, then I think that white can just probably start attacking a little bit, then change this piece, change here. It seems, I can imagine this should be quite stable. If you're not losing a piece, then you should be okay. Actually.
But it doesn't look as the position that you want after the opening, with the best continuation of your opponent.
Well, but I'm not really, it's not really sure what. But in the end, even after 35-30 as the first move, there is a reason that players like Anikeev are also playing this with white right now. It's hard to, it's not impossible to win in the opening.
Yes,
it's really difficult to find something that's completely satisfying. If your opponent does something really wrong, then often it's possible. And it's also important that you keep your spirit, because if we look again, we don't have to look at the position, but with Bobkov against Roel, I think 2 moves were played.
Only 2 moves.
Only 2 moves, and oh wow, Lukas is now really
letting the dogs
wow,
out.
but this is very dangerous what he's doing right now.
So many counter plans for Wouter.
Yeah.
All or nothing. Goes this
Yeah,
way.
but this is so weak. These pieces. He has nothing here. Just you have to do so much already against the idea of just going to 8, changing, and then trying to attack. And ooh, this is something really dangerous. And if that's not working, then Wouter also can opt to try to get his pieces just at the other side, because there are 2 pieces here. Yeah, also against Wouter Sipma, this is one of the things he's really famous for, that he's so strong at. Yeah, I'm really not sure, but he has to make up his mind, because that's also difficult. It looks so fragile for white. Then you have to be very disciplined also with this playing tempo, to not now try to figure everything out already, but you have to play something that you're really happy with.
Meanwhile, hello to everyone who is active on the chat. Louis Gaming, thank you very much for yesterday's donation. Remember that we try to collect some money for Ukraine to support our friend's country that is at war. So if you like to support, below the video in the description you can find the link when you can make donation in many different currencies. Feel free to do it, and thank you for all support you can give us. Krzysztof, hello. Mateusz and Martyna, hello all. It's really nice to have you during this stream in the very morning. It's already 10:20 in Latvia, but in Poland, in Netherlands, that you have 1 hour less on your clock. So thank you that you joined us on Monday. We are continuing the celebration of drafts and analyzing many games with playing guests like Rick Currentis, of course. 2 moves only made in the game of Yuri Bobkov and Roel Boomstra, and Yuri decided to go to the classical position 33-28, and maybe surprisingly, because you were showing exchange 17-22, Roel decided to attack 30-35.
Yeah, but you know what the thing is? But we have to be very realistic that it's not surprising, because normally Roel should know better than even the engine. So because he's our world champion, and
that's right.
His level is so high, and this is actually quite smart, because with what I did, what am I doing? What am I doing wrong?
No, just use the arrows. Okay, because you have to just click this window.
Oh yeah, okay, that's my fault. Because after this, perhaps white can decide also to attack still, and then maybe 30. I don't know. I know black is always happy. So the thing that Roel was deciding right now: do I want to play with 30, or do I want to more or less get rid of it? Because after this, there's no doubt. Yeah, but Yuri is really not happy, because he's thinking. White has to make a choice now. Do I keep this position? Do you keep this piece here, or do I let it go away, because black is threatening to take right now? And what's also important, for instance, if you play like this, which is the logical continuation at this moment, if you would play, pardon me. So it is this. Oh, we mixed the main variations. That's why I'm struggling a little bit to find 40. Yeah, because if you do it like this immediately, then also white has a simple idea just to balance his position at least a little bit. No. I'm not saying that I find this terrible still, but okay. Because still now really these pieces are not doing anything, and white has black is way too active right now. But the idea that Roel has, he plays like this, and now if you play like this, like I said, this is very smart. If you take backwards, then for instance he can play it like this. No, well, this is not really allowed because this will be after.
The piece you cannot take back easily.
Yeah, and then after this, yeah, there are so many ideas with just this. This is, so now it's not a system anymore. Now these are just 3 pieces that are not doing anything anymore. This should be technically winning already.
Yes.
This is just completely losing.
The matter of time.
Yeah. This is what can run wrong when you play that half-open classics. That's really, but the thing is, if you go back forwards, then it might be, I'm not really sure, but Roel will be at least thinking about, he can still play like this. It doesn't really matter. He can still do this, but he will absolutely be looking to, more or less to just wreck the position even further. Because now with the 1822 being such a big threat, with taking like this and then taking 4 all the way to here, you have to play like this.
Only defense.
You probably can't go back again, because I'm not sure if this is, maybe you shouldn't even do this, but again this, and as I stated again, if you don't have a piece here, and now black has developed another piece on this line, then now black can simply go like this. This looks very much like an old game between Bert Alberts with white against Wouter Sipma in the Dutch Championship 2013, when they were both first time for them in the Dutch Championship, like 10 years ago. And in the opening, Bert tries to surround as well, but then more or less this happened. But later on, he got a winning position, or more or less winning position. But pardon me. But I think it would be more logical to play like this, if Roel would opt for this. And then also, if we look at this position, even though it's a bit more active, but it's just so ugly already. You can't, I'm not sure what you can do. Look, for instance, I will just play some stupid moves. If I just play very stupid, but with black, look, in these kinds of positions, here it can be a system. Why? Because I've organized so many pieces here, then more or less this is not so important, because these are here to catch the attack, or even to go for we call this a nameless skeleton. We call it in
nameless
Dutch.
Skeleton.
Nameless skeleton. It's a skeleton. This is even a system for us. This is an interesting system, but black will not move this way. Black will just try to get his pieces. Very often you can't play this. For instance, now with this nice shot. And even take 2 after. But however, but it's just...
Finally in the game, after this...
Yeah, the way he went for 39, yeah?
He went for 39. Where do you have this? Where do you have it?
Yeah, there it is. Yeah, here. This is the
And I will promote it to the main
yeah,
variation.
because...
Okay, now we're here. So the
Roel,
other piece involved in the left wing.
Yeah, so and Roel immediately played like this. And now the white position is just completely unbalanced. And it's always also for top players, it's always a great idea. It's always a great idea. You have to do some simple things are always good to be done, like checking for combinations every move, but in this situation, what I always do if I try to look at the position, I try to divide the board in three parts. So this is for white the long wing, we call it. This is the center. I can. These 4 are the center until here. This is the center. Yeah, that's the way to do it. And this is short wing. And if you just look at the position, you see that white has really too much pieces on his long wing. All those pieces here, well, actually not in the game right now. While black has a way more balanced position. A part of this opening, however, is that also black has a little bit. Black doesn't have pieces here anymore, and also doesn't have a piece here anymore. So black has a little bit less pieces on its long wing, but on the other side, white also doesn't have a lot of pieces here to pressure that. So, yeah, this position looks, kind of terrible actually.
And it's kind of easier for Boomstra to move if he needed pieces to his long wing.
Yeah. It would be very interesting to know what he would be planning Look, for instance, but I'm really not sure also what Bobkov has to do now, because if he goes to the center again with 33-28, this most standard plan is to play something like 6-11. Oh yeah, 14-20 backwards is also possible. Yeah. That's really no, but this you can't play this. This looks. Roel is very well known for these kinds of strategies as well. Yeah, okay. I think Roel will just. Oh, but this.
It happened already.
Yeah, okay. I'm not sure if Roel will. No, Roel will think. Okay, do I? So this looks great, and now just trying to get the rest of the pieces here as well.
Absolutely, wing is locked without any chances of free.
Yeah. Roel will be thinking, okay, Roel's also thinking right now, okay, why does he allow this, and is it maybe disappointing or something like this? And Roel is also thinking, okay, maybe I can also do something like, play like something like 6-11. That looks a bit strange. It might also not be the best move, but Roel will consider this right now. But the idea is, if white plays, this is not a good move, but if white plays this, then black is also the option sometimes to develop another piece on this wing. Like this, I'm playing very bad now for white, and now change back. And again, this is still here, but black is almost completely clean right now. But then you maybe think, okay, but why can't white can still develop this. But if you look at the position after developing, all these pieces are not doing anything, while black has a perfect structure. And one of the things you're also just doing in this position, one of your long-term ideas could be to win in classics against ugly pieces, or to have a short wing attack here. If you have this piece here, you can just try to go for an attack right now. And all these ideas are, just so interesting for black. So Roel has to decide now, will I play 14-20 and change the pieces, or will I play 6-11 or 7-12? And just go for something like, I don't know, maybe something like this. Oh no, I shouldn't do this. I shouldn't allow this move, so probably this first. And something like this, just to keep the position closed, never allowing this, because after this will come. Yeah. All these ideas are good. So one of the things that Roel has to do now is also this is hard, because he has to make a plan, because he has so many ideas that look interesting right now, and he has to think of something. And that's always difficult, because one of the things you like to do actually is to have a good long think here, half an hour, 45 minutes. But of course he can't, because he needs the time later on. So that's always one of the difficult things, right? In these kinds of positions, you have to think. But luckily, Roel can evaluate the position and calculate a little bit faster than than me, for instance. So the idea is that also probably he will be able in this position to make up his mind quite clearly. Okay, he has 14-20 in his back pocket, more or less. He knows that he can always do this. He knows that afterwards the position will be a little bit open and they can both play a lot of moves. But on the other hand, it could be a little bit simple then for Bobkov, and he sees that Bobkov already has been thinking for a long time. So he's just now thinking, okay, maybe my position probably is not winning yet. What can I do to make my opponent what's the best situation for my opponent to make mistakes?
And still, thanks to that, all Roel looks calm. And about calm, we can see how Martin van Eijzendoorn and Simon reacts to this game. This is the position that we have in the game. And taking a look at the heart rates and stress level, Martin is totally relaxed with 0 at stress level. A little stress for Simon between 30 and 50, just swinging, and 64 heart rate of Martin, 77 heart rate of Simon. So I believe that those two guys are quite calm in this position right now.
Yeah. Would you be calm with black?
I think still yes, maybe, because okay, you play against surrounding guy who does it great, but still you don't see the losing immediately. Meanwhile, Roel exchanged back, like you mentioned,
the back pocket.
Yeah.
Okay. I think Martijn will be over the moon with this position. This is more or less the best thing if the position gets open. Yeah, I think something went wrong here for Simon. And in this position, yeah, you do need to know what can happen to you, and you need to make sure in this position. But I think, I'm not really sure, we should look at how long Simon has thought. I think he was caught a little bit by surprise by Martijn's next move with white. It looked like it. I should ask him after the game.
46-41.
Yeah. I think this is still a very theoretical position. I won't bore the viewers with all kinds of games and everything. But 49-18 was played, and now 36-31. The idea, of course, being that you can't attack right now because white will just win a piece. This exchange, this entire sequence will win a piece for white.
That's right.
So if you can't attack, you have to consider, and that's one of the ideas, that white will try in this position. White will try to change back. And the idea from changing back is, for instance, so after 7-11 or something like this, that if you change back here, then in this position you still have to consider this, and that's not something that white wants. That's something that's the dream of black, that he gets in such a kind of position. You can't go here now, but you play something like this, and now black has a fantastic, and even Martijn, who has love surrounding, I don't believe that these pieces are not strong. Yeah, this is not very healthy. So Martijn is not playing this position to play now 37-32, but he will try to time it, and the best way to time it is when black plays like this. Yes. And the idea should be for black never to play this, because if you play this and white returns, then these pieces suddenly are not active anymore. So at this moment, Simon should probably, Simon should either play 9-14,
Or just change back.
changing back I don't like. I don't like. You can just try to continue like this, and then now just go for the attack. Maybe even go on, or 14-19, or wait with 3-9. Also trying to have white making some difficult decisions after 37-32, still playing 7-11. Or, and I'm not really sure what Martijn would have done against that. Or now go for this, pardon me. Now go for this first. And this should be Martijn played 36-31. I'm not really sure what he would have done against this, because now it's not forbidden anymore. So now it would be like this, and now Simon can develop his pieces. So now it would be interesting. It's also interesting why Simon didn't play this, because now Simon also has quite a normal attack, it seems. So, excuse me. I'm not really sure what this is. We should ask them after the game, probably. But what? Yeah. So this is a surrounding, but black doesn't have real weaknesses. This should be okay, I think, for black. So it's. I'm not sure if it's the best move. I think also in these kinds of positions, often this is played. This can give. But I also think that Martijn maybe, I'm not sure, we should ask him after the game if 36-31 is a real special move, or he just want to do something else to confuse Simon. Well, and I think that worked because, yeah, like I said, 14-19 was played. I think 37-31 is the way that this usually goes, but it went like this. Yeah, now Simon changed back, and this is not the idea, because now white gets rid of this piece that's not really doing something, and white can just wait now, and wait, and black probably has no other idea than to go to 27. I think this, Simon probably, it might be, I'm not sure if it happened. Martijn plays 36-31, and Simon thinks, I'm not really sure what I should do against this move, I know it, I will just change back. But that takes out this important point in the position. So now Martijn just has to play extremely simple. But what I really don't get is that Simon now also plays
Immediately-
7-11.
7-11, then immediately 21-27.
Yeah, because if you want to play 21-27, you should do it now.
Before-
Because
Before loading another piece into position.
this is really strange. I'm not really sure what he was thinking. Maybe he didn't expect his plan, but I'm not really sure. Or it's I also don't think. I think you should wait as long as possible. So why does it damage something as well? Just waiting moves or go to 23 even. Just try to play it as hard as possible. But we talked about that scan is always in favor of the attacking piece. Well, it says something that scan says it's at least equal for white. That it means that probably black is already in trouble. It doesn't. For me, this doesn't. And especially this really doesn't feel well. Because also after this, maybe Simon thought that right now he's always on time to change 17-21. But if you do this right now, Martijn can do a lot of things, but one of the things he can absolutely do, I'm not really sure, but after 17-21 now, it's just more or less a piece already because you don't have any defense against 30 and 32. Or immediately or later, this threat is now is now paralyzing the black's position. But if you can't change, then the next move I can lock your position. And for instance, if you do something like this right now, I have so many. I just have to prevent this, so I can play this after this. Oh, I'm saying something. I'm saying something stupid.
Maybe it's impossible.
But you don't have to prevent it because of these fantastic pieces, there is no threat at all. Now this piece should be somewhere else.
6-11 stands and doing nothing.
So also for Simon, if he wants to play like this, then he should just play like this and then just move his pieces to the center now. I'm really not sure why he decided to do this. This actually. Because maybe I was too fast with my judgment. Maybe I'm not an expert and I don't pretend to be. I don't really know of these kinds of positions. Maybe 1924 wasn't terrible. But then you need to play 21-27, not 7-11. And I think Martijn also is just amazed by the fact that Simon decided to do this. Because I'm just not sure how can you get a decent game? If you play something like this, then I will just change, and now you can't even play this anymore because of this small combination. This really doesn't look well. So this is also something that happens. Look, if Simon wants. Because he has his level already, and maybe for some tournament it should be worthwhile. If Simon wants, he can try to play against Martijn for a draw. And then in the opening, if Martijn plays the first move 34-29, he can play something else than Keller, because he knows very, very well that Martijn plays like this with white. He decides to go for this position. He decides to go for, because now this is the position now even. He decides to go for this position. Also just to fight and to learn. But he just turned 17. His opponent has seen everything, won everything, one of the best players in the world, number 4 or 5 on the world rating list. It's just that level, then you have to know so well what you're doing. And especially 7-11, I think, was something that the position just makes it terrible. But However, we're still at more or less at the first part of the game. Martijn has a lot of work to do. Martijn also sees that Simon still has, for instance, this fantastic pyramid structure, which makes the position doable. But Martijn also is now thinking, okay, what do I think? Do I want to go to 31 right away? Do I want to wait and play 34-29? Or what should I be doing here?
What can you say about Simon's character, attitude? Maybe he's he has something like teenager's rage. He wants to prove something and trying to do against theory, against what Martin expects.
No, he doesn't. But Simon has a fantastic fighting spirit. I think the best example was against Natalia in the Polish Open. But Simon, in the end, at the late middle game, did a move which he understood. If Natalia plays it perfectly, he wasn't sure if it would be a draw. Probably he would lose. But he knew that if it would be normal, then probably he would win. So he's not afraid. He's just really not afraid to lose. And I think he has a very healthy self-confidence. So no rage, not anything. He really dares to just go for it. And it's not someone that I have to make clear that, okay, you're young. It's okay if you lose some games. It's okay if you fight. Okay. But of course, that doesn't mean that he can just do everything and just play the most idiotic openings. But that he doesn't do, of course. He plays this because he always plays Keller, so he likes this and he just tries to do his best. But I also think we can see him behind the board right now. Yeah, he's not happy. He's also I think he's thinking, oh, why don't I have White's position?
And has nearly 15 minutes less than Martin.
Yeah, he's just not happy about this.
24 moves have been made, 21 to go for the time control. I believe it's kind of safe, but let's be honest, after Keller system, you play quite kind of fast first moves, but then you have a little bit more difficult position and you have to spend some time calculating and making a choice. Looking at Gunti's position, finally they freed out of the 4 clock and Guntis had a chance to walk with the main diagonal pieces. Many moves been made after the slow opening. We stopped here, and what was going on further. Guntis exchanged it to the center, and then
it's impossible. Yeah, okay. So it's just impossible to keep all those changes out. Yeah.
Just 5 pieces less.
Okay, but I think in nowadays game, I think it's quite normal for Black to have a position like it is now. Yeah, it's no riddle what White will do, of course. Oh, that he will be very happy with that.
Yeah.
Because yeah, okay, you can. I think
it's that.
Yeah, I think. Yeah. Look, you know, against such an opponent that the chance of 34, 29 to a 28, but even more, I would have expected blindly that this would be played. And White is quite a stable position, actually. It's a bit classical, so we should probably count the temps, but I think
similar.
It looks similar because White has more pieces on this line. Yeah. So I think it should be a little bit similar. I think this should have caused the most issues. And I think Guntis is quite happy that the opponent...
I guess he was sure that change will be the other way.
Yeah.
And then he could be surprised.
Yeah, and this is now there at least is there's something going on, because actually all these pieces are weak right now. Yeah. If 40 would not be here, then the position is okay. But now this is quite passive. So Guntis will also get some hope out of this. He will be happy. Do we know that? Oh, the time 46 minutes against 56. Okay, so Guntis has spent some time trying to get something on the board. Guntis is also until now. Guntis has been choosing to go deep regarding time and not to be afraid of time trouble. He just wants to make it stressful for his opponents in every way. I think he is also quite effective with this time. So
another interesting move. 43, 39.
Yeah, I think we can be. I think we can say for sure that the opponent, is. But you know, it doesn't really matter at all, because. But I don't think 48 will come. I think 39, 33 will come anyway. It's maybe more. You know what could be? Just the thoughts of the opponent. I'm trying to. How can he think of this move? I think that after this, maybe he thought, I don't like this move. which I would find strange.
You can't cover, for example.
I can't do this because of this.
Yeah.
It's the only reason I could imagine, and the other reason would be to have to put this. But if he will not develop this piece, then Gunters will win within 15 moves, I think.
Easily.
Yeah. Can we have a look what happened with Hageman? Because I see a little bit of a passive position for black in that game.
So I will put the game manually on lead drafts against Artyom.
Yeah, if you don't mind.
Prepared it as I knew you will want to see it. Another color game, but with some this move.
Oh, I think I know what happened. That's a shame. Yeah.
Okay. What is Ivanov's attitude playing against Dutch players?
I think it's the exact same attitude as he has against everyone.
So he does not expect that everyone knows everything and just try to change something.
No, I will comment a little bit about it in a while.
Okay.
Yeah, I don't like this.
Yeah.
I don't like this. I don't
Just leaves this 25 without purpose.
Yeah, Black is thinking. He has more time. It's 37. That's really weird that Artem has so little time.
Yeah, it's such a simple game.
Yeah. So the thing is, so it's always easy to judge. But playing 2025 here, no, it's not something you should do. It doesn't really matter what you do, but not 2025. I understand that 1621 is not a good idea because then you take a small combination. 2228 is also only for the very brave and probably not right. 1419, 1319, okay, I understand that white can change as well, and Bernie likes to play like that. Okay, it's okay, it's not, but with this move, it's also a bit, maybe Emre thought, okay, he wants to play, he will play 13-127. Well, the thing about, but you have to learn that also sometimes by playing against someone. Ivanov has the attitude, I will play the move that's just the best. And it doesn't matter against who I sit. If my opponent gives me an option, then I will just play, if I have to choose, then okay, I will just play the best move. And maybe Ivanov lost all his time thinking about 13-127. It could be. I'm not sure. It could explain that he thought, okay, if I don't know, then I will just play 33-28. But my main problem is, with black playing like this, is that black is only playing for 2 results right now. Black is playing for a draw, and if it doesn't go well, he will lose. White can play for 3, because white has the better position. I don't understand why black can have any counter chances in these kinds of games. I think only Jitse Slum can play like this or Georgiev. No, but really, those players can counter also. But white just will build a normal center. Ivanov likes to play on the center. You can be 100% sure that now he will play fast, and he will just build columns, and he's quite good in that. So, is it any advantage? Well, by modern standards, white doesn't have any advantage at all. But what will... For instance, moves like this. What are they doing? Are you going to go to 23? No. Then you have. So what's interesting right here? That I don't think Emre will be happy himself as well. So now what will happen is that he might also get a little bit shaky about what kind of plan should I have, because he has no plan he's happy with, and that's always very difficult, because then you might try and play active when you shouldn't, and play passive when you should play active. And we see, for instance, all kinds of very interesting ideas from the computers with trying like this. But this is quite old-fashioned, actually. I expect if he plays that, it would be wonderful. But yeah, we just see what he's doing right now, and it's that's just the thing. He needs to play active. He just absolutely wants to have an active game. And look, I would be very happy if he manages to get through this without any problems. And I understand that after this, probably 1923, you will always, after this, you will always get it square. Okay, that's clear. But it looks just, white has such a simple position, Because even look, if I just wait, I will just yeah, okay. Okay, I'm just not sure because now this is worse than 2 seconds ago because now it's like having this position and then playing this. Yeah, you don't want that. So this will be, but this is, for instance, again for young guys playing against top grandmasters, and Ivanov, of course, is a top grandmaster. Yeah, these are very tricky positions because they need to understand how to stabilize, to keep the position stable and doable. Because yeah, you can. These are, for instance, the games that I grew up with from Cyprus with white. Opponents just start to make passive choices and everything. So right now, yeah, we just don't know. And Ivanov just plays calm now. Ivanov understands. Okay, yeah, you want 36-21, 31-26, but of course I won't do that. I will just play like this. And now you play 12-17. Good luck.
Yeah, patience. Yeah?
No, but just he's building columns. And Black is trying all kinds of crazy ideas. And look at Black position.
It's difficult to find a good continuation, good idea. Like
yeah, it's just ugly. So I know, like I said, I don't like it. The question is Sigma, how good is what is Sigma's position right now?
That's what I wanted to do. After exchange of Łukasz to 28 happened. What happened? What happened? An attack.
Yeah, I don't know about this.
So it looks like definitely he wants to attack his outpost. And what Łukasz can do? And now Walter is thinking 43 minutes on Łukasz clocks and 50 minutes on Walter's one. Okay.
Okay, but
Prepare those pieces with this idea.
yeah. So what happens after 9-14? I don't understand.
Don't know. There is no possibility of changing it back.
Well, important is you can't play 28-23.
It's been played already. Yeah.
Yeah. So okay. So now if you play 28-23, we call this the, I don't know if you have it in Poland as well. We call it the horizontal defense and the vertical defense. This is the horizontal defense because it's on this line, and vertical is it's like this. So this is the horizontal defense, but you can't play it because after this is a threat, and after this will come, and the next move will probably be this, or something, or just you will wait a little bit until it's good enough.
Yeah, and without 49, it's lost.
Yeah, because 49 there are too many combinations anyway. So. I'd rather play this and Lucas then. But what happens after this?
Oh, just giving piece away and going to 27? No.
Yeah, okay, but that's
Yeah,
just a piece.
Just waiting. But a piece is lost already.
Yeah, but why is a piece already lost? So 40-30. So I understand that after this, which looks funny, but then you just, because after this you take 2.
No.
But after this, yeah, okay, you hit way too many pieces and it should be a completely winning endgame.
It is.
And after this, but this is interesting. Why is this so bad? Is 17-21 not threatening, or what is happening?
2-8 was.
7-12 also.
But for me, more understandable is this.
Yeah, okay, but 37-32 right now, I don't understand yet. Why is this so good for Black?
You have the column. You can't go out.
Okay, but I don't understand. 32-27. What's going on? Okay, so probably, I think the idea is that you will play 1-7, 3-9, and then you always just simply will go... No, I think 16-21, 18-23 will come.
Oh, this one.
Oh, okay, let's play some moves. 47 or 46, doesn't matter to me. 3-9, 47.
Maybe on this one.
You just have that, okay. So then you win a piece by attacking it. So 18-23, white will take with 28, and you will play the tempo 17-21.
Bring in another attack.
Yeah, okay, so that's clear. It will be very, even for a grandmaster, these are difficult plans because if one thing is wrong, you just lose.
Yes, that's right.
So that's the idea of 7-12 as well. Okay, I get it. Okay, and so this is what we're trying to do.
Have Łukasz played something? Just let me refresh.
No, because Lucas is probably thinking what I was thinking.
But in this kind of position, it always looks dangerous for whites, and like Łukasz likes to get such positions and just lose it somehow.
And after this, what is the difference? After this, if I just wait now, then it's
exchange 2041.
Why is this not winning?
28-23.
Ah, okay, because you have a small combination. Because I wanted to play. Because after this, you have this, and now you're in time. Because I want this thread, but if I try it like this and this, yeah, then you have this combination, the wijs.
Yeah.
For a draw, to be clear, but okay, maybe a draw is okay. Oh! You can also just. Oh, this might be more than a draw. Yeah, this looks terrible. Okay. Okay, so Wouter has to maneuver very carefully in order to make his plan work. Okay, so this is already not correct, because you need to play like this, and then this, in order. So if this comes, then now you're on time, because if this comes now, then you have 16, 22, and 20. So this exact sequence is vital for black, because now you're not disturbed by this move. Ooh, but this looks very.
Not an easy one. Yeah.
No, absolutely not. No. But it might be, yeah. No, we don't have king's row here, but it might be it's quite forced actually. Yeah.
In 15 minutes we are going to make a short break, then we'll come back for last hour before the first peak of our emotions, when we'll be getting closer to the time control. Meanwhile, which one you would like to see and analyze? Maybe we'll take a look at the one with the heart rates. After Simon went to 28, Martin responded 34-29, and 13-18 was played, so not with a big changes, but this is the position that we have already, and still calm, one and the second one. We have good was here. Riga is eine großartige Stadt. Okay, Germans were here for 700 years in Riga, so you have many German influence in Latvia. Best regards to all German viewers that we don't have much, because mostly they are not interested in drafts. Maybe they will be in future. Another moves played in this game, because before we can say something, 46 moved by Martin, and 9-13 Simon responded.
Yeah. So Martijn's idea is very simple. In order to keep 17-21 in check, the usual continuation is 38-32. So that's off the plate. But the idea is that of course black won't be sleeping, and black will try to go out immediately. Yeah. And black will do something like this, and now black will start to change here. So, or to 28, but usually something like this, and black is just trying to create space for himself, and as long as you have this fantastic 4 with this one, but these 4 are most important. As long as you have these fantastic pieces, white has no chance to do something here. So now it becomes more or less a tempo game. This often, it's not. I can imagine that Martijn doesn't want this, so he plays like this. And his idea is that after 17-21, he wins the piece with 42-37. So Simon cannot play this. So Simon probably should play like this. And Martijn must have anticipated this, because now if you allow 17-21, then 42-37, if I play a stupid move, if I play like this now, Simon is in time, and yeah, now you have a bad position with white because this piece it's not about only missing this piece, but this being here creates a lot of combinations with this and this. And after this now, black can simply change. And it looks a little bit like Martijn had against Paloug yesterday. So Martijn goes for this, and more or less forces black into 27-31, because this is really too terrible. If you would, I don't even know if it's doable to get. But if you do something like this, or it's even a combination. Oh, it's a it's a very important combination even. Okay, maybe I will show the combination now. But after this, for instance, then either this or just simply this. And after this, you have a very nice shot. It's called, we call this the Gantwar has called this the trampoline. Normally with 41, but now you have a combination, and you will go to 7, and probably in these kinds of surroundings idea, this is the most important combination to give this piece to 48, and then to go from 36 to 7 in this case, or sometimes to go even to 20. So now, this idea, yeah, we're completely winning position, of course. So it's quite logical that. Oh no, let's not do that. Quite logical that Simon decides to go here, and now, it's still. I always prefer white in such positions because white has far more flexibility. But this was also the position more or less that Wout Sipma had yesterday, but it was a better one, I think, for white against his opponent Mitrevich, I think you pronounce. I'm not sure how you pronounce it.
I don't know.
And yesterday yet we looked at the game quite thoroughly, and actually we also analyzed the ideas that were happening in these kind of positions. So yeah, Martijn will be as a we call it in Dutch, as a fish in the water here. Yeah, I think he will be very comfortable here. Let me check. He has thought until 48 minutes. Yeah, on move 30, that's actually quite great. Yeah, really well. On 46, but okay.
And Simon 46.
Yeah, Simon is quite.
15 moves to make.
Yeah.
Meanwhile, Yuri Bobkov is trying to get
his wing developed. Yeah.
Yeah, his wing developed, and from the position that was left, of course, exchange was made. But what was then happening? Just like you've said, maybe we lost the board.
No, it's okay. You refreshed and then went back. So,
oh, okay.
Guess, yeah, well, you can. Yeah. Yeah, because his idea, if he pushes all his pieces there, then this will stay here forever. So yeah, he just goes for this.
Just try.
Yeah.
And almost immediately role played 1-7.
Yeah, 1-7, 6-11. I don't know if there's a real difference. This for a human, this is more logical to play 1-7, not 6-11.
For computers, maybe 6, leaving 1.
Yeah,
on the post.
Oh, but this is really just terrible already.
Just time will make it worse with every move.
Yeah, because you can play 31-26. After 41-37, black can go to 26 himself, but he can also just wait. And if you play something like this, I won't. Yeah, there's so many options. I can just hurt your position terribly with even giving another piece to the center. And look, it's just no piece here anymore. And probably you won't ever get any because you can't even get this here because of combination starting with this. Yeah, but also just waiting around in positions like this just to play it like this. Oh no, yeah, okay, I probably must do this because I want to prevent 31-26. Yeah, this position is just. And if you don't do this and just wait something like this, then I will play like this. Again, this is now not possible because of this small combination. Yeah, I think if Roel doesn't get a meltdown, then his technique is so strong in these positions, and he has 40. He has 48.
18,
Yeah.
up to 32 of Yuri's. Not leaving a big chances to the Ukrainian player. Dear viewers, as we have a moment of the games that we are waiting for some crucial moves that will decide those games, and definitely the moment of the time control, I believe this is the good time to make a short break. Before that break, don't forget to help us to spread the drafts news all over the world. We need you for that, because algorithm on the internet works like that. If you enjoy something, they know that, and then they can propose it to other people. So don't forget to leave the thumbs up, to leave the subscription, to share, of course, those videos, those streams on your channels. It's necessary if we want the drafts world to grow, more people to affect with the draft sport. For now, you will see at the moment one camera from the game, but in a moment the 3 cameras from the game playing hall will appear, and we'll see each other in about 20 minutes, and then we will have 1 hour to the time control and massive emotions. Spend this time well, go to the toilet, have a coffee, and we are back in about 20 minutes. Right, Rick?
Yeah.
Here we are after the short break. Me, Damian Reszka, commenting this event of International Tournament Riga Open 2022, and here with me is the head coach of Dutch national team, Rick Currentius. During those 20 minutes, did you notice anything interesting on the games in the playing hall?
Well, a few things. Of course, we can only look at here. We can only look at the live games, but it's also always interesting to see what happened to the people like Groenendijk and Slump, who started yesterday with a draw. They both have quite promising positions against Millers and Ositis. Yeah. So that's looking very well. We saw that Sipma has managed to find the right continuation in that complicated position. So this might be trouble for Lukasz Kosobucki.
So maybe we'll start with this game.
Yeah. Even though we probably, Wouter clearly, I think. But I do remember openings like this that I'm quite sure actually. Yeah. So. Yeah. So at this moment, So 45-40 was played. 40-19. So probably you should go for a gambit already instead of this, but okay, it's quite logical. And so we saw the 3-9 is less accurate, and this is very strong played by Wouter, because now he has everything under control, it seems, and it looks
it's just the line that we showed before, in this position. So
actually, it looks like that White is more or less helpless against the plan with 3-9 and 1-7. So. And what's even more important, that's why probably the engines were discussing the possibility of playing a gambit, is that if you would place a gambit and would do more or less the same and try to play with the idea of making a chain lock here, and if you have a piece additional here, then the chances of black having free play more or less, or a lot of room on this, and also being able to take out this piece is a lot less big. So the fact probably now that there might be not a lot of compensation for if you lose a piece now. So so it looks quite troublesome. The most sharp idea is absolutely like this, and the only thing that Wouter needs to do then, not the only thing, but you need to find this piece, because this move prevents this due to this small combination. And if you can't play this move, then on the next move 3-9 will come, and we saw that the main threat is not 16-21 and 18-23, but 18-23 immediately.
And looks like the decisive moment of the game will come within 3 moves, so the time control won't be so important on this one between Łukasz Kosobucki and Wouter Sipma. And it happened, the lock played by Łukasz Kosobucki, so actually we have this position after move. With this move 30-27, actually that move left only the right options for Wouter, so everything I believe is calculated before, and Wouter will play 1-7 and then 3-9.
Yeah. The only thing what will be important for Wouter now, he must be disciplined and not try to invest all his time now to make sure that the variation is okay, because if there is some sort of gambit or something, he needs to have control at least until the 45th move as much as he can. So
this is then move number 26, so still nearly 20 moves to play. It's not that small amount of moves to make. Yeah, but the benefit is that Lukasz has 10 minutes less, so you would think that probably Wouter can also profit a little bit from the idea that he has a little bit of less time, and that Lukasz has less time. So and 1-7 played kind of fast. Yeah, so that means that he knows what he's doing. So it's just completely unclear where I think 32-27 is even now it's getting even worse, because so what I meant is, for instance, look, if you play something like this, and if you have an extra piece here or here, then these kinds of gambits sometimes can be normal, can be playable. But in this situation, if you just think, oh, I have a gambit, but you don't have a gambit, because there's no wing. You can simply just change a little bit. I don't know what's the best. You can just things like this, and just keep your piece.
and there's no break through. Then normally, if it would be one piece here or one piece here, then you could state that white has some compensation with all these edge pieces on this side, all this fork that doesn't work. But yeah, in this situation, black will just continue with this as soon as whatever he wants, and just make sure. And it's equal pieces to 45. It should be totally winning. Yeah, so that's a very It looked really sketchy what Lukas was doing, and Wouter really showing that it in fact is very sketchy.
Yeah. And now he's absolutely favored to win this game.
Yeah.
Unfortunately for Polish viewers, that I really would like to welcome once again on warcaby channel. And if there is anyone from the channel, just let me know. In the chat area, I would like to see the welcoming word to you once again. Just as we have the final hour of commenting before you will have to leave, of course, to your duties. Naturally, I would like to ask you about a few things, because as the Dutch team and the head of coaching of Dutch team, you visit many different tournaments. Like the most important tournaments, for example, you can compare this Riga Open World Cup tournament to playing in May Dutch National Championship, World Championship teams in Turkey.
Yeah.
What drafts tournaments need to make it more popular, to show it to the people, what you are missing in Turkey, what maybe you are missing here, and what are the strong points of those tournaments?
Well, I think the strong point of the World Championship teams was that it's a World Championship. I think it always rings a bell. If we look at with the special circumstances, with not all federations being able to be present due to the sad reasons we are aware of. Even then, after there was for us little opportunity also during the tournament to get some publicity, because my federation also has issues. We also have issues reaching everyone, having enough people to help us with that. Even after we got letters from the king when we were world champion. So a world championship always rings a bell. That's the difference between a World Cup. But if we look here we have live games, we have a professional streamer, that sits here all the time. I think that one of the most important things that we need just simply to expand our audience. I think that should be doable, but yeah, it's like I said, it's Monday morning on a weekday. Many people have to work. People are used to the fact that if they're, for instance, in Holland, if there is a Dutch championship, or there is a world championship, there are always, or a world title match, there are always streams being present. And we're also not really used to, in the draws community, to being streams present this much. I think this tournament has everything in it to make draws more popular. But it's also always a challenge that, for instance, if you have the Tata Steel tournament in Holland, the chess tournament, then you have 5 different streams for different levels, or from the organizers themselves, but also other streamers. And we used to have it also in Holland, that we have, for instance, we had an official stream during the Dutch Championship from Esther van Muyen and Paul Oudshoorn. But we had a little bit different atmosphere stream from Rick Hartford and Steven den Hollander. And it was a lot more fun and banter and a little bit over the limit sometimes. But if you didn't like that, then you went to the official stream. And if you didn't like the official stream, you went to them. And this kind of multi-product, just more people being active, I think that's just what we need. Because, of course, it could be difficult also to explain the game, but that's the same in chess.
Yes,
that's exactly the same in chess, so that doesn't really matter.
Many viewers of chess streams cannot play chess at the high level, and the same can happen in drafts. Just we need more activity on the internet, I think, and not only the tournaments, because you can't build a community watching only the tournament, which is one per 3 months or something. You need the permanent action and reaction on the internet. And while we'll have the streamers who will be just making fun, playing games, laughing, just bringing the community closer and making friends with the community, because that's the way, in my opinion, then I think we can grow. But it can bring some perfect, beautiful things, like, for example, after match between Natalia and Tamara last year, we entered the schools in Poland.
Yeah.
Already over 400 teachers have been prepared for teaching drafts, and I believe that it will bring the scale, because once we need more clubs, more players, more sponsors, etc. With scale, we can manage through it all. And I really wish that more events, like for example World Championship teams, where I was missing, of course, any camera at least,
sure.
some way of showing this. I don't mean even the stream, because live boards, live games, it's amazing, but it's only for just a small group of people who can understand it. For fanatics, etc. We don't need fanatics. I need thousands of people who are a little bit with the drafts, and they can just have fun, entertain during the drafts streams, and then maybe they will try to get better and play in the tournaments. So.
Yeah, no, but that's exactly what you mean. I understand, for instance, in Poland, it's been really important that you had your success. In Holland, we always say that we understand that a world champion alone doesn't bring new members. I remember in 2016, I think I told you already this on the stream a lot of times, we had a fantastic world title match between Roel and Jan. And it was a real big success, national TV, supported by big sponsors, but also by big companies and everything. But the thing that was lacking maybe was the follow-up. We didn't have a real follow-up in place, how to really be ready. I was not involved in that process. I was coach of Jan at that point. So, but we didn't have a real process ready at that moment to capitalize on the attention we got. Not the world champion, but on the attention we got, on the charisma of the players, everything we had. And we've been trying to do so many things, but still we have to be honest that there's a lot of work to do. We are a small group, but we have our limitations. If we look, for instance, at in the draughts world, for instance, from the Dutch side, all the players here that are playing here, the Dutch players, they are not full-time professionals. And that's maybe a difference, for instance, with guys like Nakamura.
All of them, including Roel.
Roel is now a full-time professional. Okay. Wouter is a full-time professional, but the other ones are still in university or in school. Jan and Martijn is just they're in university. It's as well. So that means that they have to divide their time between their trainings. They have to divide the time between the studies. They have to do some things also for us, for our federations. But there's only so many times in a day, and training hard in draughts is just very tiring. So they also need their rest and everything. So we're also looking at what we should do. We've been successful regarding media, but at this point, for instance, we don't have. If we even don't have ourselves have someone in the federation that writes articles when we are world championship teams. Our federation is getting too small also, even though Holland used to be should be one of the bigger ones. But there are just a lot of concerns, and we need to try to turn back the tide. And online is also, that's my other point, the online world is our biggest chance, I think, like it was in chess and also in other esports, of course. But it's rough.
It's rough. But what are the steps to take? How we can do it? How we can bring it more and spread it on the internet? How we can involve people into it?
Well, I think we have to cherish all those people that already are streaming. If we're looking at yourself and at Michael Janicki, I don't know how to pronounce it, apologies. But people that are streaming already. During COVID times, we have Jan Groenendijk and Wouter Sitma also streaming. But that's my point. Now their regular lives have picked up. And they have to prioritize it in order to make it. We need to have more content online. I think that's one of the most important things, because we can profit from that most. But we are reliant on, in a certain way, we are reliant on fanatics, people that are willing to invest so much time in being active in this way.
Time and money, like for example, Robert Misans, who is the tournament director of this tournament, because it's a huge investment without return for him doing this tournament, and you have to be passionate. You have to you need to have any possibilities of making some like I told, investment without return onto your passion, because otherwise no good things would happen, and like this tournament in Riga, for example.
Yeah.
So from this place, I would like to say a huge thank you, of course, for Robert Misas, for example, for inviting me, because I really appreciate, and I'm honored to be here and commenting this event with great guests like Rick and Vladislav yesterday, and to all the sponsors and Latvian Draft Federation for making it possible. Of course, we would like to have bigger audience during tournaments like this, but it's a process. It's not a thing that is going instantly, because there's so much content on the internet. You have to, you need time to bring the community for your content. And I hope there will be more events like this, and just the community of drafts fans will grow and grow.
But I see Casper van der Tak making a remark in our general thread. Thank you, Casper. He talks about, rules needs to change so we can have less draws. What my idea would be, I think that a lot of the popularity in chess has not been because, of course, also it has been because, but if you look at the online impact, it's often that players are playing blitz or people are covering blitz tournaments. That's one aspect. So I think one of the chances would be maybe these regular tournaments, because it's quite technical, require something else, but I can say something about that later. But if we look at World Championship Blitz, those are the tournaments that you really should profit on. But also I remember that if Jan would stream or Wouter was streaming, they never had any concerns regarding an audience checking their videos or checking it afterwards. I think that works as well. So it's also just simply there needs to something needs to happen also, and that's also what you have. On the other point, it also depends. If you look at chess, if you look, for instance, again at Tata Steel or other tournaments, you have at one point you have, I think, the official channels with live reporters, with using a lot of people, live reporters, live cameras, and that have access to the playing room with some experts sitting there. But on the other hand, you had, for instance, Jan Gustafsson and Peter Svidler, and they also talked about movies, and they talked about every kind of thing just to pass the time, and not about what happened in the game. And I think also we're also still focused at the fact that it has to be about drafts all the time, about techniques. And I think my technical director, Johan Kraaienbrink, who's a little bit famous for doing all kinds of lectures in Holland and everything, he always makes it very clear, whatever you try to present has to be suitable as well for the weakest player, for people that can play drafts. Yeah, and Blitz can be done with current rules, that's what Casper is saying exactly. So we need to think about, okay, what do we want to send out? What do we want to cover and everything like that? But still, the fact that the Riga Open is actively supporting this, organizing this, and it's not only, it's also when you're hosting your Polish Open, but when we have the other World Cups like the Dambeek-Heiken, and with all respect to what has been done in Turkey to get a World Championships off the ground, because that's a lot of work to get done, but we need to go towards a standard that. But we need also just to have a community, also the drafts players themselves need to understand that, you can do something just by, recording a video or something like that of something you like, and just making content. Because
how do I feel, for example, about this World Championship teams? I feel like we lost the potential, Every World Championship tournament comes with a lot of work, of course, and to bring and use this potential made out of this work, we have to be with it on the internet, because absolutely is the only way. But watching 4-6 hours without there actually being a chance for results other than a draw is just not very attractive. Of course it is. And making games shorter absolutely is the way of getting people attracted with drafts, because after all, there are more mistakes. You can see the world champion making mistake, and like this time control that we will have in 37 minutes. It will also bring some mistakes, I guess, possibly, like yesterday, for example, in Guntis Valneri's game, and games that I was recording during the World Championship Blitz in Julinek. I put it on the internet, and immediately algorithm caught it, and in a week or something, I had about 2,000 views per video, which is much for drafts.
Yeah, exactly. No, but the thing is, we need to be. We are not there yet, and I think for the players, everything was more than fine in the World Championship teams. There was a good, for the players themselves, it was organized well, circumstances, conditions were well. Again, there were some countries that were not able to participate for varying reasons, which was saddening for a lot of reasons, and not only Ukraine. There are also there's still work to be done. That the infrastructure also has to be built still, and that's something that we still have to look forward to.
Thanks anyway for the stream, guys. Thank you very much, Kasper, for watching, for mentioning, for commenting, and thanks, of course, to the organizers and sponsors. Bringing us back to the games, Łukasz Kosobuski already without a piece, sacrificed 24-19, so we know what is going on in this game.
So Wouter will play 24-30 and play 18-23. That's just
right.
very simple right now. No real compensation. I think Martijn van IJzendoorn against Simon is now very interesting. It looks...
Okay, let's go there.
Looks very dangerous for Simon because Martijn is really launching an attack on the... Yeah, you have to go... Yeah, so...
Okay, here.
Should I do it?
Okay. Can handle it.
So with Simon breaking up his the formation 3-9-14, he's weakening his left wing quite considerably. I'm not really sure why he chose this way of playing. It already actually looks losing, to be honest, because Martijn's next move will be, well, he's preparing to play. At one point, he's now right now there are so many ideas with all kinds of combinations going to 3. All kinds of combinations starting with 24-19, 15-10, and like that. For instance, after if you play like this and you play 6-11, then already I'm in bonus with these kinds of tricks. And I'm going all the way to 6. Going to 26 would be a change, I believe. So this just. Simon is just completely getting caught in this position. I understand 9-13 probably was just a normal move, but and 3-9 also. But here 2-7, no, that's just I understand what he's trying to do. He doesn't like the piece on 29, so he wants to get rid of it. But he needs to. It's more or less a status quo. These positions here, pieces here. White's also not really threatening. Probably he needs to play like this, then change, and just this column is extremely important. And he plays it like this, and then now, an 80-22. I think that just adds insult to injury. Just I think he just didn't see this plan coming. I think that's just what's happening right now. He needs to be able to put it to the center, but 2-7 already doesn't really feel like a normal move. You're missing this idea, and now he's just going for this, and Martijn is just attacking now on Simon's wing. There are so many, and for instance now Simon can take these kinds of small combinations, but there's a catch to that, because if you take this, and now I have a very nice counter combination, also because of this empty square and all these hanging pieces. Again, if this was here, it would not be a problem. So after this, you don't change, but you suddenly take a combination. And these kinds of positions are So this was played. And now for Martijn. Martijn has, I think, enough time. 24 minutes. Martijn is doing very well with his time control this tournament, I believe. And now he just needs to prepare the winning move 24-20. Because when you play 24-20, you're threatening with 15-10. And the only thing you need to be sure of is there should be no combination, of course. Always check that your opponent cannot do anything. But the other thing is, of course, that after 24-20, Black will play 14-19, and you want to make sure that you blow up the position after that. But that should be a matter of timing. The position has so many holes after that. There should be some combinational trick. I don't know if I can, for 1 sec. For instance, the idea that I have to see if I can make it work. So now 7-12. For instance, it probably doesn't work. But if you play 21-26, then now 24-20, I'm not really sure if it works, then my apologies. Well, at least you have all kinds of ideas now with these kinds of combinations. I'm afraid it doesn't work because I'm getting punished by the computer for some reason. Oh, because I have to take. But you're trying to get this, this piece here. But because I'm not doing it correctly, it's not in there. But it seems that after this you can change back. The idea is, of course, to go here again, and if you go here now, then you change your plan, and suddenly you're going to win this piece with this move. And all these opportunities here are so difficult for Simon to handle. I think practically it's just not doable. Our only thing is Martijn needs to find something he's convinced of that will win. So, but yeah, okay. I can imagine that there are more. In Dutch we would say there are more ways to Rome. There are more ways to win this position. It's strange that the computers are not even talking about this move. Yeah, it also should be fantastic. For instance, like this. Yeah, and now we finally have my combination. Now we find. Oh no, now we have an even nicer combination, I think. But with this strange situation, we don't. We can also give to king, but we have this very nice shot. Yeah. Yeah. So. Yeah, I'm not sure. Is there something logical we're missing? What Simon can do, or do you think this is?
Nothing looks logical for Simon right now, and this is the example how simple sometimes surrounding can be, because this plan is considered as a tough one to play, but Martijn is doing it just looking simple.
Yeah, but and also if you're a fan of aesthetics, look at this fantastic structure still. Yeah. It says it's no
Trends pyramid plus 37.
Yeah, but it's just everything is more or less perfect. Yeah, that's yeah. Right. Like I said, I don't know what he should do differently before, but
Martijn knows what is going on because his stress level right now is absolutely zero. A little bit more stress level for Simon, 22, and heart rate really calm, 80 to 70. So I believe that Martijn knows what is going on, and maybe Simon is just not feeling that bad about continuation of this game, but he has to feel it. That it will be tough for him.
Yeah, I can also imagine that Simon is so strong. I think Simon already feels a little bit what might happen and understands that some things have just gone terribly wrong. Okay, yeah, it can happen if you're playing against such, like I said, if you decide to play like this against one of the best players in the world, these are just things that could happen. So.
Arno Rod on FMGD channel. I am enjoying the streams. It is really easy to have it open on the second screen while working. Today is a Monday day, for many people, of course, day of work. So you can use your headphones, you can use the second screen like Arno and enjoy what is going on in Riga, even if you are in different parts of the world. This is just for you, prepared by us.
Yeah.
Kasper Gatenkas.
Yeah, it means that there's Graj's keys. There are many holes in the black's position, and that's absolutely correct. That's also why white has so many combinations. So black is just.
Okay. For us, it's always Swiss cheese.
Yeah, Swiss cheese. Yeah, I think it says. I think you would say Swiss cheese. Yeah.
Okay, next game that you would like to follow.
Yeah, I think we should go to rule. I am not really sure what Ivanov is doing, but so let's just.
Okay, let's start with rule.
Yeah, so Ivanov is trying to find and create something against Emre that I'm also not really sure of, but.
This is the position that we finished with.
Yeah. Yeah, so he doesn't even try to develop his wing, so Roel blocks the entire position off. Yeah, 10-1, and Roel is also surprised about this change. So what's happening now is that Roel simply is not net. Roel has to. It's a little bit strange to say, but Roel is probably just calculating the entire position. Yeah. Because he can. That's just something he can.
Why? Because he can.
Yeah, because he can. It's just he's sitting there. I don't know how much time he has exactly.
21 minutes.
21 minutes. We're at move
number 32.
32. He's just trying to evaluate everything. He understands that he shouldn't go to 18 unless you only should go here if after this you either you get this stuck or you win the piece. Well, in these cases, normally you shouldn't go here at all. You should stay away from here because white never can play this because of this. After this, well, you're just completely stuck, and this is also never possible. So white only has a few pieces left to play with, and then white has to go on adventures, probably via this piece, this square, and we call it the graveyard square. So because you go when you go there for a bad reason. So often probably you need to try to expand via the graveyard square, and rules probably looking, okay, what happens if I just move? Can I keep this piece here? Do I need to put it to the side because I need to protect against this? What looks very logical, for instance, is just going with 15 to 25. So I will just play this.
It's the human move.
It's the human move, I believe, but okay, rule will calculate. So after this, for instance, and now this, you do allow this. So that's the point. You probably don't want to allow this. So probably if this comes, then this will be played. And this is what I mean is, now white has to say something, has to declare himself, because if you go here, then I'm just walking towards king. Well, if you go here, then probably you're just losing a piece, because 33-29 is not possible. So you have to go via 22, but in these kinds of positions, these are just deadly weaknesses. But still, the rule is also thinking and considering, okay, now I can change, and do I really want this? Am I happy enough with this? For instance, what happens if I change, or what happens, of course, which is more logical, if white tries to develop 42? Am I happy enough with this idea? If white goes out now, can he at one point try to change back? Should I try something different? And these are the thoughts. Rule is, okay, rules plays 15-20. And like I said, he's trying to check everything. Computers were more enthusiastic by this, but I trust rule more than computers actually. And the reason that they were more enthusiastic is because, okay, that's very interesting. Okay, that's an interesting idea. It's always difficult if you want to watch the computer or not, because this, for me, is quite surprising that the computers are now don't want to play 21-26, but they want to steer away from this. And you would think that probably they have a combination. Oh, they have a combination. This is very nice. This is a very nice idea.
Very nice idea.
This is a very nice idea.
44.
Yeah. So black breaks through now. You can do the honors.
No matter which way they will choose.
Yeah, so this is the way why the engines were a little bit more in favor of 13-19, because if they prohibit 31-26, that's of course a fantastic idea. So it must be that in this position, if you can't do if you can't do this move, and you have to, well, after this move, I can imagine that this is completely winning because white doesn't have any. You cannot do anything anymore. You're totally frozen out. And after this, then I think, now you don't have any power anymore on that wing. So after this, for instance,
losing last column.
And now it's a bit of a strange idea that after this you just go away, and it's just completely out. But however, maybe Roel saw this and decided that after this. But I can imagine that he missed the idea to play. 12-18 is a very special move, of course. But okay, we have to ask him after the game.
About asking him about rule, about attitude of Mian, about Martin, etc. I always like to ask about predictions. How do you predict this tournament will end? Tell me what, in your opinion, the top 3 players will be, and how the Dutch team players, of course, will perform in Riga Open 2022.
I can give you a top 5.
Oh, great.
Okay, the top 5
I'll
will
take
be
it.
in I don't know the order.
Okay.
But normally the top 5 will be. I can do it in Sigma, Slump, Groenendijk, Boomstra, Van IJzendoorn. In any order. The order they have to decide amongst themselves.
So no one from the other countries will
You asked
join
me for
the-
my opinion, so this is of course also what I'm hoping, that these guys will, but we have to be very clear. The Ukrainian players, Artem and Yuri, are fantastic. Guntis, of course, is a fantastic player.
Top class so many years.
In my opinion, I understood the speech, but top class so many years. In my opinion, a bigger player than Andrijko. It's fantastic in this time and age. How long Guntis has been at the top for more than 30 years. It's unbelievable. In his first World Championship, he becomes third. And in his last second, almost in 2019, 30 years later, he also becomes third. Yeah, it's a fantastic player. And the way he's playing every day, and such a fantastic professional. And yeah, I think he's often underestimated. But even becoming world champion in this day and age in 1994 with such a strong competition, it's just awesome. So I wouldn't be surprised if he performs well here as well. I think, but I'm very sorry if I'm missing a tournament. He has had some issues with performing in these issues, getting to the absolute top in such open Swiss tournaments. Yes. But that's also because we didn't have one. They have a few for a long time. Of course, he was second in the Dambeek Heiken in Heiken after Roel, who took first place. But Roel won all those games except against Guntis. So that's also different.
I believe that maybe issue for him will be the fact that he likes to create chances in the opening and the early middle game. And he loses a lot of time trying to find the connection of strategy and tactics, and he's a great tactical player, and maybe it's not a good condition for him to play with this time control. I see some trouble.
I don't know. I think Guntis has shown over and over again that when people, I also thought that after the World Championship 2007, people were writing him off. I think people are also always readily available to write him off. Oh, so Roel is maybe working with the same idea after 31-26. Does he want to go to 44? What do you think?
Perhaps.
No, but he's just a fantastic player. So now I really hope, and of course I also hope that Michiel Wijstra, the current world champion juniors, does really well here, and also my other younger guys. But if you're asking me for a prediction, like I said, I have no preference for my guys. So in any random order, those five somewhere in those places. I'll take it. Yeah. And of course, I think we shouldn't forget the people. Look, my guys also had their role models also in Holland, and it was not only, of course, we also looked at Georgiev and we looked at Schwarzman and Chizhov. But right here we can see him now. We didn't check his game. Maybe we should have done a little bit more. Is Kees Thijssen, so many times Dutch champion, one of the biggest one of the most strong players I think Holland has ever seen. With Ron Heusens being here, Hein Meijer and Kees Thijssen being here. These players are always in contention for top places, and always in contention and they are also. I'm with my team NL. They are not part of that, and it's so much respect to these players, always going for it, always being at tournaments, making that personal investment. Yeah, I just think it's absolutely great.
That's amazing. We can admire all this Dutch team because having so many players so active such a long time, it's amazing, and it brings the value to the tournament, the many tournaments that you participate. Another game that we want to look at. When we could see girls playing, you know what, question. Martina? I think that I will ask the organizers to bring one women's board to the cameras.
Yeah, that would be that.
Yeah, and also then we could just follow it. That's right. That's a good suggestion.
Okay, so Guntis has a good classical position. Emre has gotten a classical position, which looks a little bit. We can just look. You can. Yeah. Can you put the pieces? Can you show the positions just?
Artyom and.
Yeah. I'm afraid you have to do a lot of moves.
Yeah, we'll do it. Meanwhile, maybe you can tell something about the World Cup classification. After all, this is the second World Cup tournament during this year after Ouagadougou in the beginning of the year. So how the classification is going? What do you think about those African World Cup tournaments where, for example, from Europe, I believe Yuri Bobkov was the highest classified player?
Well, I think, look, to be honest, to be clear, I understand that agreements were probably made by the FMGD to Ouagadougou. But I will not send my players to a tournament where our ministry, our national committee says it is not safe to go here. Both regarding COVID rules, but also regarding if there's a negative travel advice, we can't go there. And again, I understand that it's been more often. We had a terrible experience in 2018 in Moscow. Where the Ukrainian players were not able to come and could not qualify that way for the World Championship, but I think it was wrong to allow Ouagadougou to commence because it gives the African players a fantastic advantage at this point, and I really hope that if it's held again next year, it will be under safe conditions so everybody can participate in a safe way. Because you can't send people to countries that are not safe. Yeah. It's not. You cannot ask athletes or anything. Those are not the things you can ask from them. So that's my personal opinion. I hope that the FMGD would have cancelled that tournament or at least. But okay, I understand. Again, I understand. I have accepted it, and I said my opinion. I can have my opinion more or less. So we need to be clear that everybody's also doing their best in a difficult situation after COVID, and also we want Africans to be involved. And the fact that, alas, there are no African players here. Atse was on the list for a long time, but also other players weren't here. I was just very glad that they were at the World Championship teams, for instance. But tournaments should be open for at least everyone that's allowed to play, and it should be safe. So.
About the World Cup in Jelinek, Polish Open 2022, I have first registrations from Africa, from Ivory Coast and Ethiopia. Yeah. So I hope they will come.
Yeah, we also too. Yeah, if we look at, for instance, in 2019 here, we had Pan Yiming here. Of course, it's also terrible that we aren't seeing any Asian players here as well. Yeah, and the World Cup should be something, of course, that it's very international. It should not only be in Europe as well. Yeah, but right now I think the World Cups that are coming are also only in Europe. Yeah, because we maybe have the most organizing power. But if you look at the Asian Championship in Tashkent, which has been played there, well, that looks beautiful as well. So then I sometimes think, okay, why can't we go there? If it's safe, it will cost something, but we're a professional. The World Cup is for professionals. I think it's not for amateurs. It's for professionals, maybe to qualify for a World Cup final, but even more importantly, the World Championship, World Cup is now also of crucial importance regarding World Championship places.
Yeah, probably.
So for the global reserve list or even direct places, and for instance for Holland, we can only send 2 people via the European Championship. So for us, these places are very important if we want to be. Or even if it's through the rating list or through the World Cup, we need to be present there because we want to try to get as much Dutch players into the World Championship as we can. Because last time we had 3, or we were a little bit lucky because Vatutin resigned and then Sun could play. Time before that, I think in 15 we had 5 because it was also in Emmen. But okay, sorry, we've been talking too long probably. This is an interesting game. I'm not really sure. I think...
Emotions are to come because we are only
so this is
10 to 12 minutes.
Can you refresh the screen? I can't imagine that it's still the position.
Yeah, and how much time is left on player's clock? Emre only 3 minutes after playing some moves.
Yeah, okay, so it's 14:20. Yeah, 38-33, 20-25. Yeah, this should actually be a better position for black. But okay, that's 48-43. 11-17 must be played. 34-30. Yeah, Emma is losing a little bit of control, but it should be okay still.
Yeah, the time is kind of good.
Yeah, 33-28 spring plate, which I don't understand.
Has been played?
Yeah, because Oh no, it's not been played yet. I think. Yeah, because it would be illogical, because if you play 33-28, black can just play 12-17. It's more logical to play 30-25. So so now you have a shot. Yeah, I think Emre had a way better position, but so this is like a dream come true for white. Yeah, it's a little bit. It's not real, because black can go over 29 after 30-25. But if you look at this position after this, this is you're not in control here, I think, because in positions like this, it doesn't matter how I play. I think it's all the same. Well, I'm not. Also, these kinds of positions, just playing 12-17. Okay, it should be just a draw actually. Yeah. But Emre maybe has to make it. So okay, let's just see what happens. I think Martijn has become very interesting.
Yeah.
Yeah, I think Simon is considering maybe already surrendering. So with Martijn versus Simon, it went like 7. So this, yeah. So like I said, it's a matter of technique, and Martijn now found the moments to play this, and now he attacked. He can't close because if you go here, then this move will be played. Yeah, he's now just forcing the win. Simon, Simon is now going for a sort of gambit. Yeah, he's going for this. That's really, yes. Simon is going for this. This
gives a piece away.
Yeah, it's a really funny idea, but I don't think it will work after 30-24 and 2014. It will be important. This is the main line now. Yeah, so this is also bad news for Simon. Martijn has, Martijn has full time again, so Martijn can calmly assess
45 minutes
40 moves have been played.
So we will not have the time control emotions in this game, but we still have
rule, I think. Rule is
in
the most
other
interesting,
games. That's right. Let's take a look how the things going at
okay, so Sipman won a piece. We should consider that to be winning.
Yep. So after this move,
so Rule went for a more or less simpler idea, just to make sure that he can reach 25 all the time.
Just being patient.
Yeah, very patient. Yeah, and just playing around the position. It still looks fantastic. Yeah, it just looks 9-14. Looks quite obvious, but.
And this is the move number 38.
Oh, Rule plays 7-11. Okay, why did he? Okay, 9-14 then. Oh, but it looks fantastic as well. Okay, so 33-28 is played. Yeah, 11-17, take back at this. Oh, then you force 28-22 again, and it still is so locked. Yeah, this is probably great technique from Rule, but okay, he's always very critical after the game, so maybe you can also say that he didn't, but it looks fantastic. Yeah, now 9-14, and then it already looks like you have to give a piece. Yeah, well, 32-28 is logical now. I see that the computers are trying to play gambits. Oh, they're even trying to win a piece, 12-17 even. It's really slow how they're playing. But okay, I'm not really sure about this. I find it more logical to do something that you wanted to do just to try to attack the wing. Okay, but Rule really needs to, and Rule is, of course, he's extremely strong. He's just considering, okay, I have to be careful. What could be a draw? What could not be a draw? He needs to win clearly in this position.
I keep on my mind.
Oh, he plays 24-30. Let's see if he supposed something. No, it should still be. Okay, so his idea is, it's a very easy idea. So white doesn't move, I don't know, this one or something. He goes probably to the side. This, then white, but now you can't, now this is completely shut out. So after this, and then your next idea will be 13-18, because now, you often can't go away. So for instance, if you play like this, then you play like this. Now this is not possible because then you play like this, and if you play like this, you probably have something like this. You can't go on because of small.
And it's finished.
So So to be honest, if we're talking about what's exciting for me, what's also a little bit nerve-wracking for me, if somebody has such a good position but it's not completely clear, then it can be a bit tensioned because you know that if he doesn't win this, then he will be not happy, let's say at least. And then it's also sad if he doesn't win this because he deserves to win this. So you need to just hoping for me that he manages to find the definitive winning idea.
I always keep on my mind the last game from the World Championship match against Schwarzman from the January of this year. How precise he was calculating simple moves. Yeah? That looks like simple moves. He just calculated everything.
Yeah, Emre now. Is this a major mistake? So
what has happened?
I don't know. So this. Okay, this is okay. This is okay.
This happened? No.
Okay, yeah, I have to check for a second. Oh, Emre. Ooh, maybe he's crashing. Maybe this is going wrong. Yeah, he's losing a piece now. Yeah, he completely crashed right now.
What happened?
Yeah, because he played like this and now you're completely stuck. He played like this, but now Ivanov can just simply...
Oh, so we sacrifice it.
Oh wow, that's a fantastic idea.
Yeah. No, sacrifice.
Yeah.
And change.
Oh wow, yeah, that's a fantastic idea. Okay, Emre stepped into this gambit.
Yeah.
But why? Yeah, it's really not necessary to... Sorry. Yeah, so he didn't see all the ideas. So this was played. Yeah, this is just a normal idea now.
Rule found the 2-for-2 exchange even better to put the pieces outside any structures. It's lost, I guess, already.
Yeah, Ivanov found the gambit.
Ivanov, did it.
So now it's, okay, but still.
We can show it to the viewers.
Yeah, we show it to the viewers. Fantastic idea from Artem Ivanov in a game where actually there wasn't really a lot going on. So Emre can more or less just expand his position here. Looks a little bit dangerous, but in these kinds of positions, you always have ideas like this. Yeah. And if white just decides to wait, well, the idea is mostly that there's not really something going on because white also has a piece here. So, so it's okay, but you need to do something. But now the piece on 8 is terrible. But he probably thought, okay, it will just go like this. And now white cannot do anything because after this, I will have this. You can take forward because of the coup de talon. And and other moves also after this, you can also keep, also have this idea, so like this and this. So this was his idea, but now this, fantastic gambit. And even though, we're completely not sure if it's winning. It's completely not sure. 1.6 for scan is not clear. I see what scan wants to do, so that's already quite interesting.
Sacrificing
you need to, but this is very, very nice. And Emre has half an hour right now. He will be very angry with himself, but he needs to get back into his focus because you need to try to make it as difficult as possible for your opponent. You need to assess, do I need to go like this? In order to try to just go for a 1-4-2. So this. Okay, apparently the engine says that this is winning. I don't understand this actually. Why, or do you have 5?
5 against.
But why? Why is this winning? It's not so easy, I think. It could be winning, but this is extremely complicated. Look at what it's saying. It's saying A3, this, okay, and then what happens?
It was showing to
but again, this is scan. 5 against 3. He says it's winning. Of course, this is. You can only win this if you make sure that I cannot make a king. So, okay, I should be careful. Okay, of course it's winning if you make sure that you can block me. But I don't understand. He even wants this end game. Yeah, okay, but why should that be winning? I think this is an important end game of Kozlov. It's not a Kogan, Kozlov Kogan or something. Really not clear. Yeah, so dear viewers, if you're looking also with online scan, please make sure to understand that it doesn't have a good database. I'm sorry, but it doesn't have 4-2, it doesn't have 5-2. So also with this idea, this is the idea from what scan wants itself, it also looks extremely logical. Why would this be winning? I don't understand. Why would this position be winning? Okay, it can be winning. It can be. Okay, I understand. But why even if... Okay, but these are... After this, if I... Okay, this looks terrible. If I have to give it now, then it's probably probably over. But trying to win the piece and everything, yeah. Okay, so we go back to rule, I think.
We can go everywhere because we were expecting emotions close to time control, but everyone played safety in this round, and all 45 moves have been made on all the 3 boards that we follow with the cameras.
Okay, so after this he went 16-21, yeah.
Yeah.
So he's counting on the...
And taking 32 off sounds like a good idea. Looks like a good idea.
Yeah, but... Okay, I'm really not sure about this, but okay. Yeah, because white can still move to the right and... But okay, it's...
he looks calm. Just wandering around the board. No,
yeah, but probably it just wasn't this easy. But we've been checking also with the computer, it never went over 0.8, and then it's just not clear what it is. So he's been working so hard. So still, look, white has a center in this position. This is but if this piece is somewhere else, we probably will be looking for advantage for white. So these are all edge pieces. It's so difficult to do this, and yeah. Oh yeah. This wasn't the way it went.
That's a variation.
Yeah, so like this, yeah. Oh, okay, but also, yeah, interesting. It says 17-21. Okay, so maybe Roel could also have done this. What is this? So after this, you win 22. Oh, pardon me. And so after this, you probably win a piece. Is it enough? Probably. Yeah, okay, it probably is okay. Yeah, okay, this piece is too weak now to have real compensation. Yeah, and if you do something else, like this, then the idea is probably to go like this. But still, also in this position, yeah, you have to be sure. You have to be sure that you're winning. These are such. Yeah, it doesn't look like it's winning. Yeah, I'm not sure. Yeah, probably we can count on the fact that Roel really evaluated everything, and that there's a real big chance that this is maximum from this position, or there's a very deep clue, because you're saying he's walking around, but I think you were looking at someone else because he's not walking around.
He was.
Okay. But there's someone
at the moment that I mentioned that, he sat down.
Yeah.
Okay, so Martijn just followed the line.
Yeah, that should be okay actually. And Wouter? But Wouter maybe already has 1. Oh no, I think it's 30. I think it's also.
Yeah, that's still playing.
Yeah, okay, this should be completely winning right now.
And after this move, there's nothing you can do.
Yeah. Okay, do we have any questions or comments?
On FMGD channel, not great. Okay, it was. Could see. Oh, Martina was talking about girls. Yeah. If you want to look at girls' games, then let us know in the comment section, please, because it's really important for us to know what you think, what you want to see, because all the way the streams are for you, the viewers. So let us know. What would you like to see? Meanwhile, during the tournament as well, the interviews are being prepared. Mate, I don't know if they are published already on the channels of the event, but if not, they will be released soon. So this game, if Natalia Sadowska, who is important for Polish viewers, is...
I understand. I will look at the live cameras to see...
But I can't reload the games, the girls' games.
Oh, that's weird.
Like it's not working, the applet.
Oh.
There has to be some issue.
Yeah.
There were some issues.
Probably.
So I don't know. Natalia had a big time advantage.
Or is it not?
No, only men.
Oh, and what happens with men? Oh, we didn't even look at Anikeev and Roep and Buron. Okay, just. Is it 1, 2, 3, 4, 5? Okay, what is Yuri doing? 13, 19. understand. So that's...
Because he has the piece more. Yeah.
Oh, 4, 5, 6, 7, 8, 9. No, it's equal.
No, it's okay.
No, okay, but it's a combination. So after, yeah, okay, we can. Our viewers can't see what we're talking about now. Okay,
he's making an exchange.
he's making an exchange, yeah, and then yeah.
Oh, because 3 pieces are held by
and
2.
Yeah, and the cave seems to be okay there. Then we have Heusens against Branibeek. 1, 2, 3, 4, 5, 6, 7, 8. 1, 2, 3, 4, 5, 6, 7. So I think Ron just played a gambit. He did play a gambit, I think.
Now we'll be taking piece back.
Yeah, but I don't think this is better for Ron, honestly.
There is always a breakthrough for.
Yeah, 32-27. No, 32-28 is obliged now, and then Black can just do something like 9-13, 29-34. I think Ron has to fight for a draw in this position.
Yeah.
And now it's really terrible if you're against a relatively weak, to you, a weaker opponent. That Branibeek has time. But what happened? 1, 2, 3, 4, 5, 6, 7, 8, 9. Am I miscounting something? No, he sacrificed 20. No, he just lost control over the position. It seems this is almost.
It's the way of defense.
No, but why? Maybe it's even it's clear, but it's much worse for
Ron.
Ron.
So he's just trying to make a draw in this game.
Case against, we didn't look at Case. Sorry, Case. People will get angry at us. We didn't look at Case. Fantastic game, but I thought it was a calm game, and then Gunas played the classics very aggressively. Yeah, and Case is such a fantastic player with small advantages and such a deep understanding of positional play. Yeah, this is typically if you want to develop just a fantastic, nice positional style, it's just always recommended to look at games of Case because, it looks he might be going for a win right now.
Yes.
I'm not really sure what will happen after 1924. Maybe he didn't have a better move, but okay, maybe it's also a draw. We don't know. She's already won.
Okay, thanks Marta for that info.
Okay.
So we can come back to maybe Gunti's game because Yuri is still thinking. Let me check the camera. Yes, he is. Gunti's Valnaris. This is the game we missed for a long time. The last move played was 43-29. You ready? About to go?
Yeah, I'm looking. I see. I'm quite sure there's at least one of my plays already finished.
If you need to do it,
I think it should be better if I go.
Sure. So at this moment, I can thank you very much, Rick, for all this information. Analizuj with a great value to the players, to the viewers, to help me run it. Actually, you run it because you are the talker, you are the best guest that don't have to be pushed by the hosts to streaming. And what is really satisfying, I see that we have better numbers than yesterday. 28 viewers on WhatsApp, 15 on FMGD, so Facebook additionally, so I believe that we are crossing 50, maybe even up to some 60-70 viewers, so great. And I think and I know that during the last games of this tournament we'll have more than 100 or maybe hundreds of viewers. So thank you very much. It was a pleasure once again commenting with you. Have a good time. Good luck to your Dutch team, to your players, and for you I hope that your prediction will happen.
Thank you. You too. Thank you very much, and good luck with the end of the stream.
And see you then.
Bye, guys.
And of course, feel invited other days.
I understand. Yeah, we'll see what happens. Who knows?
Goodbye.
Thank you.
I will just center myself and change my name a little bit to the center. Is this way? Okay. Now it will be all in that way. Okay, let me scroll the board a little bit up. So now it's me and you, my dear viewers. So I really do hope see some comments from your side leaving left or on FMGD or WhatsApp YouTube channel. Yuri Bobkov has already made a move, and it was 38 okay, I will just go to the position that was in the game, 38, 33. Oh, okay. So it's updated, and Gunters against Guntis. And after this move, 33. What was played in this position? Just let me update it. According to scan, kinda equal, but of course more comfortable position for Guntis. 49 finally was played. Here, 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 and classic position occurred in this game, 15 to 24. Okay, controlling 34, going to the edge. It's understandable. This move, this, and Guntis fights back for the edge 25. Okay, just the theory of classical games. 25 it's covered and on black side, and going now to another edge. Basic strategy. Here, here, okay, and now there was a maybe problem with a tempo or maybe forcing win. Don't know, we'll analyze it. Now played here and went out once again. An attack, and he ran away. And which way to take? Forwards and going to 24. Guntis Valnerus is now controlling all the most important points of the board and just destroying the wing of Gunters. Here, here, okay, and that's the position. Oh, actually, after the last moves, the scan shows absolutely draw position. So where was the mistake? Because, okay, up to this moment, according to scan engine, which is not so precise, what we mentioned many times before, this move, 24-30, was the one losing advantage. Oh, I have some nice sound. Oh. Streamlabs, come higher over the others. Did we have the subscription noise or something else? I have to check it. Whatever happened, because unfortunately the camera just covered the pop-up window. Thank you very much, whatever happened. Probably some subscription. So thank you very much. And don't forget to leave the subscription, to leave the thumb up and share the video if you can, because that is the way how we can spread with drafts all over the internet, all over the world. And as you can see, this game can be live passion, like for example Guntis Valnerus that we see on the video, what Rick said, world champion 1994, still playing, still having good performances and medals of top class tournaments like World Championship and European Championship. Unfortunately for Guntis, after this line, it can be equal what scan shows. The time is okay for both players right now. Okay, I see that other moves were made. What was the first one? Maybe Guntis went, yep, to 35, you have to escape, and 13 to 19. And still it is equal. White is on move, and this is maybe what computer shows as the best move. Do we have other moves made on the top boards? Nothing happens in rule game, and nothing happens in Martins and Simon's game, but we'll check maybe what has happened in Łukasz Kosobucki against Wouter Sipma's game, because as we know, as we remember, Łukasz is playing again without a piece that he has to sacrifice because of position that was already without possibilities. Maybe Łukasz was a little bit too aggressive in this game. Okay, so the continuation is like that. Łukasz played to 32, going to edge 45 this way, and exchange. I guess exchange back, of course, without a wing. Łukasz also has to exchange. Now, having 11 pieces and having this formation, diamond formation of 9 pieces is not easy thing to set, but still it is not saving Łukasz, I guess. Trying to move his pieces to the right side of things, but it will not help him. Okay, there is not much space for Łukasz as well. He has to exchange something like this. Many combinations standing here, even with multiple choices of capturing. Here, it's absolutely winning for black. Already 3 pieces of advantage the scan is showing, so it looks like possibilities for Łukasz are totally limited. Here, and it is now on. Exchange, scan suggests, and after that it could be quite simple. Marta Bańkowska is present on chat because she told us that Natalia already won, so Natalia has 4 out of 4 points. Okay, Simon gave up his game against Martin van Eisendorn, and at this moment, as you can see on the measured values, heart rate of Martin 80, of Simon 74, and stress level 0 versus 18, so they are just calm, totally calm about the result in this game. It was predictable for them. Now Martin is showing Simon the mistake probably that he's made in this game. I bet it will be one of the moves that Rick has commented. As you can see, the Dutch knowledge about drafts is amazing, the way of how they practice, how they train, how they just trying to meet with each other and push the level up of drafts game. Other federations, other nationalities should follow them, not to split the players, but I guess that's my point of view, group players together so they can train together and bring the level higher. If you have any questions, feel free to write it on YouTube channels, because those are the channels that we can see the comment section. So, like Arno, you can write down on FMJD channel, or you can do the same on warcaby YouTube channel, where this transmission is as well. As I agreed with Robert Misans, we just want to get to as many viewers as we can with this beautiful tournament, well professional organized. So that is the reason why this round is also broadcasted to warcaby channel, as this is the channel that I believe has many subscribers and viewers that are used to watch content, because of course warcaby channel is one of the most active channels, draft channels on internet. So I'm really glad that you found the time, you are now watching, because in Poland it's not even the midday. Now we are getting to 1 p.m. in Riga. So thank you that you are watching, and I would like to say more Polish words to Polish viewers, but of course the main target of broadcasting this event is to get to international audience. First game already result is known, so let's go to Yuri Bobkov against Rul Boomstra. So after Simon and Martin are talking about the watches, Rul played 9 to 14, and Yuri Bobkov answered with these moves, 37-32, and Boomstra followed with 14 to 20. Actually, the fact that scan now is showing less advantage from 0.8 to 0.3 suggests that this engine really has troubles with judging position, and especially in end games, because it's unclear, like Rick says. And before this tournament, I thought that advantage of nearly 1 showed by scan even looks like an advantage, and this, what Rick said, makes me maybe changing my mind about that. Now 0.3 looks just like a draw. Of course, maybe there are threats like attacking 13 to 18, but simply just this move can be done. Maris Ozolins has subscribed the channel. Thank you very much. Oh, I didn't make a transition to show you better all that stuff. Alerts, okay. You know how it is during tournaments, new streams from the new tournaments. It's not easy to set everything up, not forgetting about anything, but now it's done well. We don't see the measured values of heart rate and the stress level, so I will just switch it off, not to disturb our screen during the broadcast. Mateusz Lewandowski, czołem, hello. Nice to see you all during this, I hope, beautiful Monday. How is the weather in Poland? I left, it was hot, absolutely hot. Here it's rainy, nice, rainy, maybe cloudy, about 20 degrees, so it's definitely better to live. Maybe it's the same in Poland. It's always nice to work during draft stream. Yes, unless you are working, because once you get addicted to drafts and to follow all the moves, all the comments, like it was during the world title match between Natalia Sadowska and Tamara Tansykorzyna, then it could be hard to be in a working flow. At least some of you said me that that is just what happened during world title match last year. What is the time that Boomstra still have for this game? It looks like about 20 minutes maybe, but I can't see it clearly. It is, okay, 26 minutes, okay. So he can be calm about the time. Meanwhile, Yuri Bobkov has only 13-14 minutes left to play that game. Some moves were made in other games. Let me just update it. 28 degrees here, Marta says. Oh, it's still hot then. Marta on Sunday will be playing the World Blitz Championship, so I think that till that time it will be a little bit colder in Poland, but in Riga I guess it will be definitely colder, so even if you won't have the comfortable weather in Poland, you will have one here. Give me please which game. Maybe we'll just update the last move of Guntis, which is this one, and what has been played. The right move, yeah, 37-31, the one that was suggested by Scan, 1-7. And after this exchange, it looks totally equal. I guess that there is no chance that Guntis will have a possibility of winning it, because it's simply that way, and you have to break through, and that is what is happening in the game. So it looks like Guntis Valneris will lose points against the other Latvian player, Guntas Purvinš. Once he will have this column and possibility of just going further, the game is absolutely drought. So let's move to other one. Time to move to Riga. For this time, Martyna, it could be an idea, definitely. You can just have a little bit easier weather to live and still follow the drafts event. Because this place where we are playing, where players are playing, and I am commenting Fanta drums, it's a really nice neighborhood. It looks like the office center, some like Mordor in Poland, Warsaw. So it's a really nice area that, for example, even when I ordered taxi yesterday, the driver didn't know where it is because he told me that it was recently built about 2 or 3 years ago maximum, and he does not know those neighborhoods well. Gunt is played 1924, easy. After this move, I think that he will sacrifice and go, but there is no way to collect all central white pieces. So this game will be drawn. Maybe Martin van Eisendorn will be the only one with the win in the first on the first 3 tables, because Rulboomstra still has big problems with winning this game. But the same thing, actually, I was talking and saying about the last round, the first round for Rulboomstra. It looked like a 1-1, but you know what happened. Finally, Marco de Koning made at least two mistakes, and it translated to the lost game. But now I guess that Yuri Bobkov, who was the best European player in the World Cup tournament in Ouagadougou, probably is the better one than Marco. And as well, Yuri won the first game during the tournament. So I think the chances to draw this game are bigger than in the first one. Let's take a look at the game between Ivanov and Emre Hagemon, because one Ukrainian player, Yuri Bobkov, is doing well, looks like, against world champion Rulboomstra. And what was the way to defend for Emre? After this beautiful gambit, like Rick says, he sacrificed 2 pieces. Oh, so this continuation, I guess, does not look like the one. Oh, okay, because we sacrificed another more piece. So without that, those 2, and now 14-19, and this is the position. Here, here, and here. Okay, +4, so I don't think +5 even. So maybe there will be nothing to do in this game. Here and here, yeah, it's over. Just after this move, you can simply go in, and if he runs away, you just play here, sacrifice another, and go to a king with an easy win position. So I guess that's nothing to do for young Dutch player, and Artyom Ivanov will easily win it. Łukasz Kosobucki is the player who is still not giving up the game. What has happened here? Here, here, and here. What Łukasz can play? Only one move maybe, 38-33, but then exchange. Łukasz can try to play after sacrificing another one, get into a king, but those 3 central pieces in the endgame and losing 2 pieces in the endgame sounds like already lost game. Remember to have at least 4 kings to win against 1 king, but once you have more pieces, just cut other pieces of your opponent to getting to a king, and this is the simplest way to win the endgame. Nice weather starts at +30 degrees, so it's still a bit missing. Okay, if you say so. It depends, all depends on what you are going to do during the day, because if you plan to go to the beach, to go to the lake, to have a bath in a cold sea or lake or river, it's of course better to have this 30 degrees plus, but once you are working at the office or just doing some work in home, this temperature may be killing even. Guntars is counting, is looking for some possibilities of a quick draw, or maybe he's thinking that somehow he can beat the world champion from 1994. It does not sound like probable, but maybe it is. Maris, we had plus 35 last week here in Latvia. Okay, so now we are talking about good, nice weather to live, and you say that last week it was plus 35. Last week in Poland, I believe we reached 38 or 37 even. 2 weeks ago, or 1 week ago, in near Poznań in Poland, in Boszkowo, were Polish Championship on 64 drafts boards, and I was visiting this tournament for 1 day. 1 day traveled to, and 1 day traveled back. And during my travel back to Warsaw, I hit the temperature of 37 degrees showed in Leszno. That was the great time to travel by train. Arno, so you joined another channel. Nice to see you here. I am in a climate-controlled office. It's a nice 21 degrees here. Good for you. I set the 21 degrees temperature as well in this area, but I don't think it is 21. Oh, I see that it is 22, so not the lowest, not that low as I tried to do it. We have the decision of Guntars, who played... Oh, not Guntars. We have a decision from Yuri. Okay. Not 36, but he played here and looks like a mistake. Let's try to understand it now. So scan says the attack is to be made. Okay. After covering, of course, there is option of going to a king, and after this one is just 1 for 2. Still, white pieces would have a king, but you have 2 pieces going to a king, and having 1 piece more, it is a 1 position. Okay, and what is else to play? Only this thing, only this one. And right now, okay, you don't want to step behind between the pieces because of easy stick move and majority. For 2 you take 1, but with open highway to a king, so it's not an option for rule. The question is if Yuri calculated this continuation and felt free because of, for example, coming attack 28-22, but naturally the best move to play for black pieces is here, 12-17. And now what are the possibilities? Of course you can't play here, 33-29, to support the breakthrough of the piece number 19, because you are losing with a simple shot, 2 for 3. Okay, and once you can't play here, all the pieces are just stuck, they cannot move. And what to play else? 46, and once again you can make this exchange. Scan says 2 for 2. Maybe Yuri has counted this variation and thought that this will be the draw. Okay, you go in, escape, here, go into a king, and here. Okay, it's like a forced continuation. And now sacrifice and go. This 4 against 4 position perhaps is a draw, but not so easy one, and requires really precise playing from Yuri. Why? Because of course still 4 pieces on the boards on rules side, and once all the pieces will turn into kings, this is the one end game. You have to exchange 1 or just attack and take 1. It's not easy to play. It looks like other variations looked a little bit better and easier. Analyzing it, we have to take into account that Yuri's time is short. He has only 5 minutes and 18 seconds to play. But on the other hand, the thing that he played is a little bit like the forced variation, because after this attack and this 12-17 and playing 46-41, It's like rule has to make this exchange. He can't wait because then Yuri would come with this powerful column and definitely the game would be drawn. So now the exchange has to be made. Yuri has been thinking for over... Oh, rule did not decide to attack. Yuri has been thinking for over 10 minutes before previous move, and now rule gets here. Maybe he just doesn't see chances in the previous variation, and this gives the possibility of making a mistake. This move easily is losing with this simple shot, so Yuri can't play this. And what are the other options once the attack 13-18 comes? Okay, this one for example. And after 13-18 you can have this tricky option of sacrificing two pieces and making... Oh, not this move? Oh, of course not, just going away. Somehow I thought that after taking two pieces you will take two to the king. But it's just the exhaustment after 4 hours of commenting. It can happen. You have to apologize. You have to forgive me, and I will apologize for that. Interesting. And Rule Boomstra is putting pressure on his opponent because now Yuri Bobkov has to react and has only less than maybe even 4 minutes on the clock. Okay, we had some moves in Gunti's games against Guntar's. By the way, those two gentlemen have guns in their names, Gunti's and Guntar's. Powerful game. Just a little joke. What happened there? Exchange here, and okay. So just sacrifice from Gunti's and go into a king. Oh, he's not going directly with the 25 piece, but playing here and now here. All the variations look like the draw. Everything looks like a draw in this game. Łukasz Kosobucki somehow got to a king. How did it happen? Okay, there was an exchange and he attacked two pieces. And Wouter attacked two as well. In this end game you can see that both sides will have one king and a few pieces, but Łukasz will have 4 pieces in the very central part of the board, and that makes those pieces very easy to catch and capture one after another. What is more, Wouter can just move forward and get another king in this position, so it's easily won for black, who are standing on the edges of the board, so it makes difficult, even impossible, to capture those pieces in the end game. Those are two different parts of playing drafts, because in the first opening and middle game, first part of the game, which is opening, and second part, which is middle game, and even the late middle game, you want your pieces standing in the central part of the board because they affect more space on the board. They are stronger and can control other pieces of your opponent. Even one piece can control 3 or 4 pieces of your opponent. But once the game is closer to the end game, you want your pieces to be put on the edges of the board, so it will be more tough for the king to capture them. It's one of the most basic rules of the game. Okay, do we have any updates? Yuri is thinking, and Yuri is down to less than 1 minute. Wow, it will be tough for him. And he's playing 36-31. It's not the line showed by the computer, and I believe that rules chances increase. Okay, now the attack works maybe. What is the difference? Because now, after this move, and sacrificing those two, you go away. Okay, and you just can make this move, and after that you go and what is going on? Okay, 2 pieces more for rule, and rule attacked immediately. You have 30 seconds added per move. So it looks like Yuri just did not go well in counting all this endgame and chose 2 or 3 times in a row the wrong move in a position with big chances to make a draw. And now sacrificed it and escaped. According to Scan, it's 3 pieces of advantage. Physically, there are 2 pieces of advantage, but still how the pieces are set on the board translates to another piece of advantage. Rule has got time, put the pressure on his opponent, and now has still over 20 minutes to figure out how to win this position. And you know, once the piece will go to the king, it will not be able to go to the square number 4 because of simple catching ideas like this. You go further and just take the king. The problem is made by your own piece, 27. In the variation that was showed by Scan before, Scan wanted us to go away with 27, maybe just to have a piece on the edge in the endgame and also to limit such possibilities of capturing the king. So things have changed, and now Rule Boomstra is the favorite one to win this game, definitely. Some moves were made in Łukasz against the Voter game. After standing there, king on 47. Here. What was just natural, and great move for Voter, just going to 4 to limit possibilities of the pieces. I guess that now this king is just not leaving any chances for those pieces to get through those 2 diagonals to become a king. And even without taking those pieces, capturing it immediately, Voter can just go to a second king. It can't be stopped then with another, and game is over. And Grandmaster of such a class as Voter Sipma will not give it away, will not let Łukasz Kosobucki draw this game. Guntis Valneris against the Guntars. Guntars, what is going on? In this position, Valneris goes to a king on the square number 50. And what are the chances? Okay, after he goes further, just maybe options like even after this move, you can play here, not afraid of having piece away, given away, because after that the king would be captured and another exchange. Black and white are going to a king, but still the game is a draw. Many options to draw this game for white, and probably this is the result of this game. To have a little interaction with you, my dear friends, please tell me on the chat of FMJD or the warcaby channel, where are you from watching? Where are you from? The city, the country, whatever. Let's prepare a list of countries, cities watching Riga Open tournament. I'm really interested who is watching, and I will be glad if some of you will respond to it and type it down on the chat. Remember to chat, you have to be logged in, and you have to be subscriber of the channel that you want to chat on. So please subscribe if you are not doing it. Remember to leave the thumbs up just to spread our videos through algorithm. It's necessary if we want to get drafts more and more popular. We are nearly Poland, Warsaw. How nice, how nice. I will be back in Warsaw in 1 week, so miss already. Angel from France, wow, it's really nice. PL, Poland, we have watching from Baltazar's suburb of Riga. Okay. So Maris, you will be coming to the tournament, or maybe you have been here already. I am from Herhugowaard in the Netherlands. Great. Herhugowaard's tournament is about to be played. Do you maybe Arnon know something about that? Will there be some streams, some broadcasts, maybe some live games, etc.? Because it will be great to show to the wider audience such a tournament as Herhugowaard Open. I haven't never played, I've never had the pleasure to play during Herhugowaard Open, but I played in Wageningen, for example, in the World Cup tournament, but many World Cup tournaments in Netherlands, I believe Nijmegen, etc. Poland, Poznań I have. Yes, I was yesterday. Great, come back again. Katie watching from Bamberg. Oh, Katie, you are supposed to be here and play, and finally you are not. It's a pity. Probably we'll visit some other days as well. Okay, great, come. Let's meet and talk about the tournament because the circumstances of this tournament and what do we have, the conditions, everything is just great, and I believe that it's a great celebration of draft sport and as well celebration of just relationship between many players, drafts fans, and it's a great occasion to talk, to make some brainstorms, what we can improve in the drafts world. So I just love this energy, and thank you for all the informations, for letting me know where you watch from today's stream. The third round of the tournament will be played tomorrow morning. Christian Porter, hi, hello. Nice to see you on the chat. Tomorrow we'll have 2 rounds, one in the morning, one in the afternoon, so a lot of emotions, and you know, after those 2 rounds that we don't have the duels of the favorites between each other. From tomorrow on, I believe such a games like Grandmaster against Grandmaster definitely will be. Watching from Trinidad and Tobago, wow, it's impressive. It's absolutely impressive. I believe that in Trinidad and Tobago we have drafts kind of popular, because I had this friend on the Facebook, I don't remember his name, but he was publishing a lot about drafts events in Trinidad and Tobago. Maybe Christian, you can remind me who that was. Maybe it was Peter, or maybe Peter Ramsudar, maybe he's from other country, but I think that he was from Trinidad and Tobago. But correct me if I'm wrong. Oh, so just Yuri felt with 3-4-2 combination, and immediately the rule is doing that, because he set this trap with this move and going again, but there was nothing else to play. Just sacrificed 3 for 2, but that way he is just not leaving the possibility of Yuri Bobkov of making a king. He collects his pieces, and now in this endgame he has just a piece more. But rule, I'm absolutely sure that he has calculated this position and knows already that this is one position. This is a great exercise, by the way, for the beginners, because I guess that this move might be losing. Yeah. Something that you could at first glance consider as win because of opposition, you will just lose because what to play. The pieces will just get closer, and then you have two pieces in the central part of the board, and it will just break through to the king and draw the game. But the current world champion Rule Boomstra played it quite fast and absolutely has everything calculated. He will play the right move, 2 to 7, and will move with the piece number 6 to the central part of the board. Yes, Peter Ramsundar. So Peter Ramsundar is the guy from Trinidad and Tobago. Great, so I know it well. And at some time we have even spoken about some tournament in Trinidad and Tobago. Maybe even he invited me. Something like that has happened. Best regards to all the Trinidad and Tobago drafts players. It's really nice. By the way, you are playing some international tournaments, because I think that there are some organized quite close to you. Sometimes, I mean, not in your country, maybe international ones, I don't know as well, correct me if I'm wrong, but maybe some close countries to you. Not 2-7 was played by rule, but 10-14. It doesn't change anything, of course, it's just the different order of the moves. Meanwhile, what about other games? Okay, Guntar's just played forward. Just played 25-20. Many different lines to draw this game. There is no way Guntis can win it even after this move. You can take backwards. The king does not have a good place to go, because 17, 11, 6, all the same, just will end up with a draw. You go further. Even if you go between the pieces, you can freely sacrifice two of them and go to two kings. And no way the world champion from 1994 will win this game. This month is our national championship. Okay, so good luck with that if you are participating, or maybe you're just fun, or you are a player. Let me know if you are playing in this championship. And do you have open championship? Everyone can play, or you have some restrictions? There should be live games during Herr Hugowart Open tournament. Don't think there will be streams. If there will be live streams, then maybe I will prepare some stream on my channel. I don't know how available with the time I will be, but if I will have the time and possibilities, then during those summer vacation time, I really wanted to make some streams from the tournaments that will be played around the world. Okay, after 10 and 14, this move was made, and already it's simply winning for rule. Here, 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 and no possibilities to play, because where to go? If here, then here, and it's over. And once he will play here, just forward, and it's done. And it's done. I will be playing, great. It's open, but only for Trinidad players. Yeah, absolutely. Once it is your national championship, how many players do compete in such tournament like your national championship in Trinidad and Tobago? If you are from other countries than Poland, that I know, of course, you can let me know how the national championship look like, because our championship is divided to eliminations, qualifications, We have 2 groups, and 4 players from each group gets promoted to the final tournament. There they join 3 top players from the last year, and 1 place is for the sponsor, and to sum up it is in 12 places, and we play the final tournament as round robin tournament. Each player plays against each player. It takes 7 to 8 days to play it, and this year it will be the tournament played in the end of August and beginning of September in new city in Poland. And on my channel warcaby there will be a broadcast from entire tournament, so I hope it will be really nice event to show you. Tell me please if there is anyone who can spread and share this knowledge how national championship look like in your country. Rule just had everything counted down, gave the piece away, goes. Only thing that Yuri can go now is play here and attack here and just here to finish the game. That is probably what will happen, and after attack he can just even go away, not change. Will that be such continuation, or Yuri just will gave a game away to Rule? Once again we have a situation where with a best continuation to play, Rule's opponent would draw the game, but of course the game of drafts is the game of mistakes. It's impossible to win the game once your opponent will not make any, and here we could see that putting a time pressure on the opponent can be a way to win the game, definitely, and the same what was played by me is happening on the board. And after this move of Rule 14 to 20, the game will be, that's right. Yuri Bobkov gives up this game, and Rule Bomstra as well as Martin van Eisendorn, 2 Dutch players with the maximum number of points, 4 out of 4. Congrats to Rule, congrats to current world champion for this performance, and we'll see what will happen in another runs. Is this scenario that Rick Currentius was predicting, that top 5 places will be collected by top 5 Dutch players possible? Maybe it is. Now they are showing that are in good shape. Meanwhile, Łukasz Kosobucki is still fighting, is not giving up the game against Walter Sigma. I don't know why. But it's a good attitude not to give up but just fight. The continuation way went like this. This move, going to king here, here. Nothing he can do. Now he can't even... okay, so maybe this is some kind of idea, because the black pieces cannot go... they can actually, because after this piece is taken and still winning position, but it's not the best move to play. Better option is just to take this way and then go here, because then this sacrifice will not work. Christian, it's okay, no limits, but top 10 players from the qualifications move forward to view for a title. Okay, in 9 rounds, so it's round robin as well. In Latvia there is a qualification round from which 6 best qualifies for the final. Other 6 places in final are reserved for top 3 and 3 for GMIs. Okay. How many GMIs do you have in Latvia? Just looking fast. This is Guntis Valneris, Vipulis, Raimonds Vipulis. Who else? Because Roberts is MI, Vladislav's is international master. I remember the guy Benno Butolis, but he, I guess, was also master international. 12 participants play with each other. Okay, great. Who else is grandmaster from Latvia? Except Vipulis and Valneris. Who did I forget? And maybe you have more than 3 GMIs, 3 or 4. Okay, so they are always allowed to play thanks to their title, yeah? So it's kind of tribute to them for getting this GMI title, that they're always allowed to play in the final tournament. By the way, it's a nice way. Zalitis, yeah, Zalitis. Zalitis played, I guess, in Poland many times. There was this tournament organized in Mazovian Voivodeship near Grunwald, where the Battle of 1410, historic battle between Poland and Crusaders, I would call them in English, did have place. Laimonis Zalitis and Guntars Purvins in 64 drafts. Vladislav says, okay. Vladimir Wigmans, another one. Okay, so this is the 5th one. This is the 5th one. Grandmaster in Latvia. Okay, great. Impressive. I hope that one day Poland will have its grandmaster, because still we have 4 or 5 international masters, but we don't have any GMI, unfortunately. I hope and I guess that maybe if one of the best Polish players like Karol Cichocki, young, bright one, would play international tournaments, he would have possibilities of becoming GMI, but he is not playing. Okay, let's take a look at what is going on at Guntars versus Gumti's game. After going to a king, there was this sacrifice of 21-27. I have to refresh. Give me a second. Here, okay. He went actually to 17, and this move was played, giving some chances maybe. 17, 12, leaving piece away, and going to 15. Still a draw, but better possibility in this position was just to go to 15, what we are mentioning before. For Guntars, maybe that way he will be creating some problems. That would not be the best for Latvian, or maybe there are more fans of Guntis Valneris looking at the chances, but there might be some problems. This end game is the maybe one of the last of the games of the round, because as we see through cameras, there are no played games anymore. So Guntars versus Guntis, 2 guns at 1 board, the bullets to make it last longest during second round of International Riga Open 2022 World Cup tournament. Guntars is on the move, because after last move to 15, but in this, okay, position, here, 1924, yeah, that was the move played by Guntis, and this is the variation that we have. Actually, this is the endgame that can last for a while. There are 4 semi-finals group where the top 2 qualify for the national championship in Netherlands. Then the top 4 of the previous year and the sponsor place will be added. Those 13 will play round robin. Oh, it's interesting. 13. I didn't know it's like that in Netherlands. So it means that every round comes with a pause, yes? So it is for just making the possibility of resting for the players. that there is a pause in the round robin tournament? Interesting. What is the time control of the players? I see 4 minutes against 5 minutes. Do I see it well? Yeah, probably yes, because before the move, Gunters did have 6 minutes. Now he has 4 minutes and 33 seconds. Let me check if the updated results of the tournament. Oh, the website vanished. There are some problems with it, unfortunately, because otherwise I would show you the results and we could discuss what the pairing of third round will be and who is the favorite in the tournament and who is what are the surprises of the tournament, because there are already people who lost their points, like for example Jan Groenendijk in the first round, or Raymond Zwipol is losing the first round. And the second one, he was playing against Tomasz Marczuk from Poland. During the break, I was on the playing hall and saw the position between Tomasz and Raymonds, and there was a 4 o'clock, and I guess better position for Raymonds. I don't know how the game ended, as now I can't see the results. Maybe I will try to visit it once again through the FMJD site. Does it work? Here it works. Those are games, okay, and what about results? We don't have the results. I'm refreshing. It's a pity, a little bit, that we don't have the results updated immediately. So the question to Marta Bańkowska: how did you know that Natalia won the game? Directly with some message from her. What Guntar's plays here? 31-27? No. Here. Okay. Moves like that still gives some possibilities. Why he did not go here? What he was afraid of going here? Still you can just make a draw, sacrifice, and attack, yeah? Oh, sacrifice here first, even, and now attack. There is no way that black will not lose at least one piece in this position. So probably this is the continuation line that Gunters did not see and didn't decide to play to 10. And that is the reason of this move, 32-28. And what now can be played? Because after an attack to 26, of course you have to go away and attack from behind, and you go here. And now this king cuts off the piece number 15. Maybe it would not be that easy after some ideas like this, for example. You have to sacrifice the piece, go. And you can attack another one. This one maybe not, because even this is the draw. But it looks like a dangerous one. The draw looked as absolutely sure thing in this endgame, and now it's getting complicated. You can see how few attempts ahead of getting a king can be a problem to opponent. I was watching the live boards and saw a combination. Okay, as the last move, so I figured it was over. Hi Bartosz Maniecki, nice to see you. The Brazilian drafts fan, not international one. Choć. Sometimes I put in the Polish words. But I think that you enjoy international drafts that much that someday you will participate in real international drafts tournaments and not only the 64. Are there viewers that like 64 drafts more than international ones? Let me know in the comment section. Last week, like I told you, I visited the Polish Youth and Open Championship on 64 drafts, And I played the Blitz tournament. It's not like I don't enjoy it at all. I did enjoy it. It was kind of fun, and there is this table of position to pick randomly and start with. It makes the game interesting, because even if you are trying to just remember all the variants, the best variants for the game, it's impossible while you have the many different positions. Not sure, says Bartek. And now the 64 square players are thinking about changing this table to the one that IDF has, yes, in Poland. We'll be talking about that with our board after the Riga tournament. If you want it more complicated and more fun, because there are mistakes in the tables that are already used, maybe why not? Maybe why not? 1 minute 20 seconds. So it looks like right now Guntis Valneris is trying to do everything to try to find any chances of winning the game. And what he will choose, will that be attack to 26? I guess so. No, he's going to 8. Okay, so he's patient in this position, playing from 12 to 8, but still it leaves simple continuation. And I guess that Guntar still does not see the fact that after this move you can just sacrifice the piece and attack. And not here, of course. And I think that Guntis maybe is hoping that his opponent is not seeing this sacrifice and attacking the piece to draw the game, and maybe this will force his opponent to make a mistake. But once Guntar will play this move 15 to 10, it may be already a draw. Interesting. Really interesting. Oh, he is not seeing this. He's playing 28-23. Still can be a draw, of course. Maybe most possible that it will be a draw. A little movement in the studio. I would like to show you how professionally this studio is prepared, the best one I have ever worked in, because in the front of me the big screen with the preview of all 4 cameras, which is a main camera and 3 cameras from the game hall, and that way I can organize everything on 3 screens here, and it's really comfortable to make those streams for you. Great conditions, great guests, so it's a pleasure to work here and broadcasting Riga Open International Tournament. Guntis widzi I myśli, że tamten nie widzi. That is what I mentioned, that maybe Guntis is seeing this win and his opponent, and hopes that opponent is not seeing that. Jak Arleta z wami ogarnie, to będzie 736 pozycji, a teraz było 372 z błędami. Czemu mówisz, jak Arleta ogarnie? About 64 tables, 736 position instead of 372 with the mistakes. And what is about those tables worldwide? For example, during World Championship 64, there are Brazilian World Championship in Brazilian variation that is most common in Poland, or only Russian? What is the situation worldwide, and which table is used? Because I know that Russian are played because of IDF, for example. Okay, after an attack he goes away. There is another attack possible here or here. What will Guntis choose? Now we have an emotional one endgame because of lack of the time for both players. They could have the stress watches right now. We could measure it and see what are the heart rate of Guntis Valneris and Guntars. Będziemy głosować. Damian, nie czytasz moich maili? Czytam. Yeah, we'll be voting. Of course, we'll be voting about the table, 64 table in Poland. In Brazil, there are many tournaments 64 and they are using the new table. Okay, it's interesting. We have a choice from Guntars who played from Guntis who played to 31 and makes an attack. Okay, so this is the draw move, 27-21. It is made by Guntars and he will absolutely now, finally, go to 10. This piece standing on 23 is a big problem for Guntis to win this endgame, because once it would stand somewhere here, 49, etc., it would be winning position. But now, not letting this 23 to a king, and also somehow maybe trying to capture it, causes the problem, because after attacking a piece that an opponent has time to attack other piece by himself. What will Guntis choose right now? He has to escape with this king, I guess, 31, to some other square. And the king will be made by Guntars. After all, 2 points will stay in Latvia after this game. Very nice emoji, Bartosz. Bartosz is supporting Draft's warcaby channel for a really, really long time, over 1 year, close to 1.5 years, yeah? On December it will be 2 years, Bartek, already, or on January. Appreciate that, appreciate that. Average time of watching this stream on FMJD channel is 18 minutes, so it's kinda satisfying. I hope you will be with us during the next rounds of this tournament. Okay, Gunti is going to 26, and now is it possible to? Okay, this might be a mistake, maybe after an attack, but there is a forced variation. Okay, you go here, takes here, you attack one time, he goes away and he attacks another time. And once he will not take here, but for example here, you can attack here, and if he goes back to 29, you have the same variation with attacking 4 and 13, and if he runs away, then you go to 38 and take this piece. So this is the forced line, and another forced line that Guntars is missing and goes to 18. This is still a draw because once piece 23 got further to the square number 18, it means that more problems this piece will cause because of being closer to a king. It is closer to a king. And Guntis, do you still hope for winning? 15 seconds, or Guntis clock 12. Okay, he's standing in opposition to this piece, bringing the king to the square number 8. That's the position that we have, with a slight advantage of black pieces, but of course it's not enough to win a game. Now you can play what, maybe even here to threat here, and after going away you can, okay, but it will be as a matter of fact it will be more flexible to go to a king to a square number 4. But he goes to the square number 5. Now I guess that's absolutely Guntis will go this way, run away from this threat, and go closer to the king and putting your piece to the edge of the board, to the square number 30. Main diagonal is great, but waiting here, just moving from one corner to another, will cause with a losing position, losing endgame for Guntars. And in this kind of endgame, where you have to exchange or get one piece from your opponent, it's better to go to the 4 square, because then you can easily with one move be on the area, letting you to attack pieces. And now you have to make more moves to get some attack. 1, 2, and you can attack in the third move, which is not so easy. Yeah, king on 4 should be an easy draw, just like you say, Arno. And now he played here to 23. Okay, simple plan, go away with a king to 45 and sacrifice piece here. It's a good idea, I guess. After this, just go back. He has to move away. Maybe it can be draw like even this, going from one side to another. Maybe finally trying to go here and push your piece further. But Gunther is choosing the long-lasting possibilities. Oh, and now Guntis is going back. Maybe even faster it can be drawn. Because once we go here, it is a losing position because of this. So Guntis has prepared a trick to win. Quite nice one. You sacrifice 1, 2, and the third piece to win a game. I have to admit that this way of finishing this game would be a really nice and this could be a way. Oh, he's catching this king, of course, and going to which place, which square? No, he's doing the right move. I was wanting to say that it would be worth to wait till the end of this game to see such a nice tactical finishing of the game. Dzień dobry, Sebastian K. Hello, Kepso, mój ulubiony streamer. My favorite streamer, niestety nie rozumiem co mówi. Unfortunately, I don't understand what he says. You had English in your school, you was the one that was missing all the lessons, I know, but Kepso, you have to learn English, definitely. Almost immediately, Guntis goes to the edge. Still a draw, but still there are chances of making threats and combinations. Still, moves like that are lost because of this idea of sacrificing 2 pieces. The best way is just to hold this line right now. And he does it. Goes to 26. And then should come with an attack. Guntis all the time less than 1 minute. Once you play the Fischer tempo, 80 minutes plus 1 minute per move, then 1 minute after made move is quite a lot. Now Guntis pushes this pawn, this piece. Push the pawns. I definitely watch too many streams and content from chess because just pushing the pawns to the king or queen in chess. Definitely. I passed B2 exam. B2 exam. When it was? Oh. Playing here now with a threat of exchange, but maybe it's not. So, what can be done? After this move, just again come to 26. If Gunther will be waiting too long with making some actions of attacking or exchange pieces, maybe there can be too late to draw this game. But it looks like he's more calm, despite the fact of shaking, than Guntis Valneris, who is nervously looking at the clock. Okay, he decided to play here. So now to push the piece looks like the best idea. What do I think about candidates? Boring one. Nepo was winning it too easy. Firuzia just destroyed the tournament. Okay, it's easy one, because after this you can go to this place. And looks like there is no way that Guntis can defend. Having 1 minute 15 seconds. Honestly, 1 year ago, after Jan Krzysztof Duda won the World Cup tournament, I thought that it is possible. This move. Okay, Guntis will just push. I don't know what will happen. This look just for me looks as a waste of tempo, which can be really crucial in this endgame. But Jan Krzysztof, after losing so many games and not winning, just I don't know how the preparation was going of him, and what is the reason of such performance. Maybe he's not experienced in playing, but he is kind of experienced, because during such tournaments like World Cup, he's just all the time playing against top grandmasters. I'm thinking that somehow Guntis will just win this game. That Guntis is waiting too long with some decisions, with some needed action to draw this game. Right now he's going here just to limit this piece. Okay, going for an exchange here. If scan suggests to attack here, it would be absolute draw, because you go for a second king, just giving a piece away. It's over, a draw. So maybe there is no a way to avoid some exchanges. But really strange and long way of defending for Guntis. Easy draw so many times. No tak z 2 tygodnie temu. What, 2 weeks ago, Kepso? I need to learn English, Louis Gaming. Definitely, everyone should learn English, because many streams could be possible to watch for many people in the world, and not only in Poland. We want to spread drafts, but worldwide, of course. So please, all the audience members, learn English, join our streams, and let's make it worldwide. Great passion in sports, because drafts are a beautiful game with so many advantage of playing drafts, and just will be amazing. Oh, you passed B2 2 weeks ago, Caps. So congrats on it. Guntis, less than 40 seconds, as I see, maybe 30, 32, 31. It's a draw. The players agreed for a draw, and we have it. The second round of the World Cup International Tournament Riga Open 2022 have been decided. Now we know all the results. I hope that this round was a big portion of drafts learning, because the variants, the things that we've heard from Rick Currentius, the head coach of national Dutch team, was something amazing. Every time I listen to Rick, I learn something. And it was the same this day. I'm really glad that our audience this day was bigger than yesterday, and I think that tomorrow's audience will be bigger than today's. I want to thank you all for being on this stream, for having time commenting. Join from tomorrow on, will be on all the same channels, FMJD channel, warcaby channel, YouTube channels I mean, and also as well on the Facebook sites like Riga Open International Tournament Group, FMJD channel on Facebook, fan page on Facebook, and Latvian Drafts Federation. 31-26 and 50-22 would be a first draw. I think this and 15-22. Yeah, that's one of the possibilities. My dear friends, drafts friends, thank you very much, and see you soon at 9:30 local Latvian time and 8:30 Polish time, for example, Central European time. Goodbye. Thank you for the time we spent together and see you tomorrow.